Раз, раз. О, звук есть. Пошел звук в трансляцию. О, звук. Да. Да.
Яна, мы готовы.
Okay, thank you for the waiting. My name is Yana Baitsova. I'm the main organizer of this event. It's Museum of UA Victory. The forum is dedicated to the role of digital heritage in the recovery of Ukraine. And I am very grateful to all the partners who supported this event and people who came physically here in Lviv and who are participating online from Ukraine and various countries. And I would like to invite here on the coach Inna Meteleva. from FFUN SDG, the director of the organization which was the first to suggest us to make a real life event here in Lviv in December. And I also want to ask, just you can sit here, this is for you, you need to just switch on it. And I will ask to come Edoardo Cresefulli, the director of Istituto di Cultura Italiana. Mi scusi for my Italiano. And we will start with welcoming word from our partners.
Thank you. So we're starting now, are we? Yeah, thank you ever so much for hosting us here. We were co-organizers with FFU Foundation, and just a very brief introduction for our government, for our embassy. The issue of cultural, the preservation of our cultural heritage is of the utmost importance, especially at this moment in Ukraine. Let me extend the warmest greetings on the part of our ambassador, Pier Francesco Zazzo. Why is the preservation of cultural heritage so important in Ukraine today? It's important in general, it's essential, obviously, in all countries worldwide. But right now, Ukraine is facing danger, many dangers, and the danger of the destruction of cultural artifacts, of cultural sites, which are probably being carried out on purpose in order to erase your identity. That's why we think that preserving and helping Ukrainians to preserve cultural heritage also means helping you to defend your culture, your nation at this time of grave danger and peril. Obviously, Ukraine has a wonderful and extraordinary heritage, so we're keen as Italians, especially, not just Europeans, but also Italians specifically, to do our best to bring on and share our expertise in the area of restoration. And I'm particularly glad that also this conference is very, very strong on new technologies. So it's combining the sciences, new technologies, and both the forum will discuss new technologies and there will be an exhibition. So without further ado, I'm going to pass on the word to Irina. And thank you ever so much, and I wish this is going to be a very fruitful moment to exchange experiences and with all our distinguished guests from Italy and from Europe, generally speaking. Thank you also to the mayor of Lviv and Lviv municipality, of course.
Thank you. I will just check quickly before we continue the mics for the speakers. So if you're in Zoom, you just need to write in the chat if you can hear us. Write in the chat if you can hear us. У нас один мікрофон включений в Zoom. 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 To you to check later. So I will continue with our introduction. Our introduction. Our introduction. Can I? Can I? So I want to ask to present. So I want to ask Zoom to present. So I want to ask Zoom to present. So I want to ask Zoom to present. So I want to. Pam 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 pam. Is it okay now? Is it okay now? Okay. Will there be a loop in the sound right now or no? I also want to say thank you for the team of Pixelated Realities and Palace of Nadkhatkevich, because we organized completely distantly for the whole period, and there were blackouts, there was no connection, no mobile phones, and we are sorry for all the inconveniences, but we hope that you will still enjoy the event today, and we will be able to have a fruitful conversation with all the speakers and participants. Can I continue now? So I wanted to just talk a bit about the topic of the forum and what it is for us, because Pixelated Realities is an NGO which since 2015 was working only with cultural heritage sites, with cultural projects, with innovative technologies, with all this fluffy, interesting stuff. And we were really just reliving all our experiences during the start of the war, and we just transformed a lot. The team had to work separately, and it was the first year for us to work in a completely distant, remote regime. Oh, I can also see that if I am standing, you can't see me. Okay, I will just keep my seat. And the Museum of UA Victory became this wholesome project for us to reflect on the transformation, and we decided that it is maybe more important to also survey and document everything which is going on, the objects which basically were ruined or changed their function during the war. We decided that we are sure we won't see them after our victory, and lots of these objects are already disappearing from the streets of the cities which were affected, and people try to normalize their life a lot, and it is a good thing. But we need to remember, and this is a project about the memory. So we want our children and youth in 10, 20, 30 years to be able to see in immersive way how was it to live during this period. This is why we dedicate our efforts now not only to the digitization of the cultural heritage, but also to the historical sides of this war. So what do you think, Andrei, Yegor? Can we continue now? Is Zoom hearing us at all? Okay, we can continue. Hurrah. So I want to ask you to invite in Zoom and launch the video in Zoom of Svetlana Sharapa-Zazo. She is, I am honored to invite her with a welcoming word. She is the wife of Italian ambassador in Ukraine, and makes a lot of effort to support our people when she has the possibilities of a person in her diplomatic position. So if we can see her in Zoom already, please switch the mic on. Можна ввімкнути мікрофон і камеру? Можна ввімкнути мікрофон і камеру? Svetlana, we can hear you, but a bit bad. Svetlana, we can hear you, but a bit... no, це мене знову чути.
It's okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? It's okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? It's okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Hello.
Oh. So, if you hear me, I would like to extend my warmest thanks to the organizers, FAF UN Foundation and the Italian Culture Institute, the Mayor of Lviv, to all the authorities, distinguished partners, and Ukrainian artists. I just not sure if you hear me, because I don't hear you.
Yes, yes, Svetlana.
Yes, we can.
Oh, good.
Yes.
So experts nowadays speak of cultural access. Experts nowadays speak of cultural ecosystems. I found this image very appropriate. Works of art and architecture are like rainforest. They produce the oxygen that makes us breathe and thrive. What will be without art in culture? We are essentially cultural animals. Culture is what makes us human. Culture enables us to communicate with our fellow human beings. Culture generates beauty in all its expressions, the art, architecture, music, literature. It's beauty that makes our life meaningful, worth living. Culture defines our very identity. This is conferences like this one are so important for everyone in Europe and especially for Ukraine. This is terrible and unjustified war of aggression is teaching us an age-old lesson. No nation can survive without its heritage, its memories, its traditions. What is at stake today, then, is the preservation of Ukrainian history and with it the survival of ancient people. The destruction of cultural sites, in fact, is not collateral damage. It serves a purpose, that of erasing Ukrainian identity. Preserving Ukrainian cultural heritage, therefore, means defending the Ukrainian nation, her rights to live. This is the final message I would like to put across. Dear esteemed European participants and friends, luckily Western Europe has not witnessed a war since 1945. All of you, I am sure, do not underestimate the importance of preserving and restoring the cultural heritage of a country which is struggling to survive. Cultural cooperation is most effective means of defending Ukraine's right to exist in peace as a European nation. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm so sorry, be unable to connect it on time, but I hope you all here heard my message to everyone, to all our partners, and thank you for inviting me for this forum.
For your welcome.
Thanks to you, Mrs. Zazo. Yana? Yana, you there?
Хайдер. So, just say the welcome word and we will start the panel.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Skåne, for your opening words. Right now, unfortunately, because of the technical circumstances, the stream is not working, so you guys try to reconnect it. So I hope that we will be back online soon. And everything will be okay. At least Zoom, do you hear me? Because I don't really understand that.
Yes, we do hear you on Zoom.
On Zoom, yes. So I'll tell them.
Yes, it's okay.
Zoom is okay.
Fedor, you can go on.
Yeah. Yeah. So just to continue our forum, so the basic idea behind it was to show the situation which we all appeared in, the people who got into this situation and the cultural heritage. And we as NGO, we started to scan things like in 2015, when it was the first attempt after the Russian Federation got the Crimea. The thing started. So they tried to invade at that time, and we with my friend was kind of sitting in Odessa, and we were thinking like if tomorrow they will come and bomb the city, destroy the Duke, which we love the money, what we will do with that. So it was also February, and we went to place just to scan it in winter, minus temperature, because we thought it will be under the threat to extinct. So, and this time it's not a threat, it's real destruction. It's awful. But for that time, we tried to and managed to scan a lot of things. And we were making a lot of buildings, monuments, where we could reach. But it's also kind of not enough, as we see, because a lot of buildings are destroyed right now, and even some people from management ask, "Oh, guys, did you scan this building, or do you have this thing scanned?" So what I'm saying that this forum itself, so we try to connect our partners and organizations to make the same things like scanning, and this is kind of young organizations or companies. Probably here you will meet them, everybody is, or at least in a video call. Kind of talk about this preservation, and we think that it has to be more vast implemented, like more like a normal thing, not like some geeks working with photo cameras, lasers, and drones. We have to make it more on the, I would say, governmental rails. That it will be a normal process, the scanning of cultural heritage. Okay, documenting is okay, because at least we will have some images, 3D or point clouds, that have an option to reconstruct and restore, as we see in like modern restoration, even like when there was fire in Notre Dame, so they used the laser scanner to work in restoration. So basically,
A bit
the
louder,
thing
sorry.
is that the situation and the people who were doing that kind of several years because of the reasons. We all love to scan heritage because we just know that if you don't have any knowledge about your past, you will not have any possible future. And then in exhibition, you will see scan some crosses of Kodaks in Odessa region, some different artifacts which pinpointing this cultural aspects of our history. So in various goals that so we were working as organizations, companies trying to do that, preserve them. There were a lot of people, so then war started. So we eventually get into a situation where we cannot do any job, any scanning, because of it's prohibited to shoot 100 million photos on object if there is strategic objects or something. And we were widely using drones because they give us an opportunity to get the roofs of buildings or the full kind of region of interest to scan more effectively. And this is prohibited completely because of the war. And there is no mechanism to get any paperwork to have the permission to do that. But in that situation, we thought, okay, we cannot do that, but we have a friend said like, I have a press, press, not accommodation, like permission to go to shoot something. So, and we started to try. I just explained him by phone, like put this because he's not a photographer. Okay, so I explained him how to make a photogrammetry, and he went to in Kharkiv and shot several objects, some buildings, and we tried to reconstruct it here, and it worked. So then we wanted to scale this and document as much as possible things we can reach in different cities. So we found some people and tried to find a lot of people and all travel partners to conduct this activity to scan. So this is the point. The forum and the exhibition itself is about the people who are working in such situation. So it's also about them that they were no professionals and they achieved results with the help of some professionals. Okay. So we have a good news from our technical side, and I see Zoom. No, Yana, I cannot hear you in Zoom because I see Alexei Voronko, and Alexei Voronko is muted, and I don't see you in Zoom.
Further, nice seeing you, Anastasia Bondarev here, Deputy Minister, Culture and Information Policy. Do you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you. Hello.
Okay, that's great. Sorry for being late and very sorry for not being me physically in Lviv today. Actually, I had tickets and we were messaging with all the organizers yesterday evening, but some of the evening events due to today's governmental issues, I had to stay. Anyway, which language are we talking here? English?
English, yeah, because we have a lot of guests from different countries, and English is the best option available.
Okay, absolutely great. I see Bashar also here joining, and all the other guests I have not yet met, but very glad to be here anyway. Thank you so much, first of all, for organizing this thing, and I really appreciate your efforts. Considering yesterday's the day of volunteers, I would like to thank you as well, because it's not only the defenders and those who are helping our army volunteers, there's also the cultural part of volunteering and doing, especially in the heritage preservation, great things. So I appreciate your work and the work of all the others who are here greatly. Sure. Well, I think that all of us who have met before, we've spoken a lot already, and we all know that at least for the date of the 24th of February, we had counted 120,000 objects which are so-called cultural heritage, immovable cultural heritage. And this is for the 24th of February, which means that it doesn't count the Lugansk and Donetsk and Crimea. So we understand that we have and we work with a huge amount of objects in the country. Half of them are architectural, half of them are archaeology. We understand is a very, very complicated thing, but yet all of them are unfortunately and not properly taken into inventories. Basically, the digital inventory actually does not exist in our country yet, and this is something what me and the ministry are hardly working in order to actually make it happen. We understand that due to Ministry of Digital Transformation, which came up to our country 2 years ago, actually the process of digitalization in our country moved on, and thankfully it moved quite in a very big steps, and I'm happy to be here to help with the cultural digitalization. We have collected these 120,000 objects last year with the help of our regional administrations. Basically what they have done is they've put everything what they had in their paper cards stored in all the places in regional administrations. They've put that online to the so-called declaration system which we created for them. Why I'm calling that declaration? Because this information has not been yet checked and verified, which is also very important, because right now we have started matching, for example, some addresses with the newest address register and they do not correspond. So we'll do the verification process anyway, because we understand that during the last 20-30 yes, the names of these streets changed heavily, and in case a particular object has never been reconstructed or nothing was built around, we understand that its card is still dated like 1975. So the address of that building might be very, very old right now, which will not correspond to the newly addresses in the cities which we have. So anyhow, we understand that in the meantime, the Ministry of Regional Development, they have already created the system which works with the development and construction. Particularly all the constructors and builders which work in our country, they have to supply all their documents in order to get all this how to say, разрешение, well, whatever the
permissions,
the governmental permissions. Thank you so much. They need to work through the electronic system, which means that they are actually trying to make it easier, more clear, more transparent, and so on. But there is one very, very serious issue, is that this construction and building system does not work 100% unless all the historical architectural heritage buildings are in that system. And this is a huge problem right now, because we understand that there is this chaotic construction in all the major cities, in Kyiv and Odessa and in Kharkov and Dnipro. We know about this huge problem in our country. And this is basically what we are now working with, is trying to create this system which will be interoperable with the system of constructors, the Ministry of Regions, and so that they will work together and block automatically everything what should not be built or has certain limitations of building and construction. These are our main things. But for sure, right now, we understand that due to the situation in our country, due to war and heavy bombardments, which happen every day, including yesterday, we understand that mainly these 120 objects, which are not only architects, as I mentioned, but also the archaeology. And it's a huge problem to preserve the archaeology because no one actually have ever put that on the map. And right now, when the fields are being bombed, we just don't really follow because there are still so many places in our country we cannot reach which are occupied. So we understand that basically what is being done in 3D modeling, in scanning of the most important objects, especially of the national value, cultural heritage, that's extremely important. Just because we can lose it any day, fortunately, I hope for sure that this doesn't happen, but still we understand that this is the only way to preserve them, is to have them properly scanned or built in 3D model in order we could rebuild them after that in the authentic way. Yeah, basically I'm still very pleased that this kind of movement, which actually we are all in, and which is like very small still right now in our country. There are very few groups of people who are doing this, but I appreciate also the international teams who are very much involved into helping our country. I thank Fodor and Yana that you got me acquainted with Bashar and his Icon great company. We are right now going into business and governmental partnership with them, and they are really helping us in order we could create a separate system, especially in order to collect all those 3D and scanned models of the buildings which are being done right now. We understand that by now, I mean, since the beginning of the war, since February, we've got a lot of different teams who've done a great job doing this scanning and modeling. But as the Ministry of Culture, I also understand we do not have any understanding of how many of them been scanned, where they are, who is doing with them, whatever. I mean, they are lost somewhere in the universe, and what we are doing together with Bashar, and they have kindly decided to help us with this, is to create a certain system where we could upload everything what was scanned and done since ever, and by this we could create the very, very good picture, governmental and state-wise, in order to see what we have preserved and where we can actually address in case something happens. So I would be finishing in here. I am still so sorry I could not make it, but I am sure that we will meet everyone again very soon, physically, maybe in Lviv, maybe hopefully in Kiev. And I thank you all. Please stay safe.
Thank you, Anastasia. Now we are beginning of panel discussion, European Union and Ukraine, best practices, how we can learn from each other. Now it's opening panel, and we want a representative of Euro Commission. Thank you.
Rihana Schwininger-Ladak is the head of the unit Interactive Technologies Digital for Culture and Education of Euro Commission program EC DG Connect, and she sent us a welcoming word for this panel.
Dear all, Warm greetings from Luxembourg. It is my pleasure and honor to be able to address you through this message. My name is Rehana Schwinninger-Ladek, and I work for the European Union at the European role. Dear all, warm greetings from Luxembourg. It is my pleasure and honor to be able to address you through this message. My name is Rehana Schwinninger-Ladek, and I work for the European Union at the European Commission, where I'm in charge of the policies to support digitization, digital preservation, and access to cultural heritage. As you all know, the support to Ukraine has been one of our top priorities since that terrible day, the 24th of February 2022, a date we will never forget. A lot of damage has been done at all levels, including for cultural heritage. Almost 500 cultural centers, almost 500 libraries, more than 55 museums, almost 20 theaters and concert halls have been damaged or destroyed. So there needs to be a collective, joined-up effort to rebuild all these vibrant elements of Ukrainian life and Ukrainian memory. This is why I'm very happy to see that our project for CH, represented by Dr. Francesco Tacchetti, is present at the discussion today. The 4CH project comes with a wide expertise. It launched the SUM initiative, the Save the Ukrainian Monuments Initiative, which did truly extraordinary work to save entire digital libraries and make sure they were safely preserved in various data centers across the EU. The consortium behind the project has been outstanding in helping their Ukrainian counterparts. But this would not have been possible without the many brave cultural heritage staff in Ukraine who took great risk to fetch the data stored in institutional repositories so that they could be transferred and preserved. So I salute their sheer courage and will. Now comes the time where hopefully we can envisage how to repair, to restore, and to rebuild. Because the task of preserving memory never stops. It is a time when we can put our expertise and knowledge at your service for the future recovery of Ukraine and the role of cultural heritage in this recovery and revival. And I believe we are all in very good hands with the different speakers attending this conference. I wish you all the best important endeavor. Thank you for your attention.
Important for us that our efforts here in Ukraine are endorsed from the side of Euro Commission, and I want to ask Bashar Tarabai from Econom to continue with our small discussion. So Anastasia Bonder already mentioned a bit that you are working together with the Ministry of Culture, and I'd like you to tell us a bit about Econom and about your work with digitization of cultural heritage and what you do for Ukraine right now.
Of course. First of all, thank you for letting me be part of Econom be part of this initiative, and we are really honored to be part of it and support the Ukrainian government as we can. So I'm gonna talk just a bit small present introduction about Econom. Econom has founded in 2013. It's a startup that specializes in digitization of endangered cultural heritage in the world. So Econom operated in a lot of countries where the situation wasn't optimal, like in Lebanon, Armenia, Syria, Iraq, in order to preserve and scan all the endangered heritage for our future generations. And as we said, several initiatives have already started the digitization of cultural heritage in Ukraine. local stakeholder as you, Pixelated Realities, Chiron, Eros 3D, and many more, put actively a place of series of heritage documentation programs. And what we do at Econem is that we created and developed several tools that we would like to put at the disposal of entities, heritage specialists in different cities of Ukraine affected by war, with the collaboration, as we said, with the Ministry of Culture and the different actors. And Econem would like to help the digitization and preservation of the monuments, building, and site in photorealistic 3D. The collaboration was very important. We wanted to make all the people involved in this action throughout the country, bypassing by the ministry. So we decided to create a white book. This white book is going to be able to create a capacity building project in order to provide in order to pass on the photogrammetry knowledge that we have to all people, in order for them to help us and to help the Ukrainian government collect as many data as processable data in order to digitize all the heritage around the countries, whether it's objects, buildings, cities. All these 3D scanning make up the common memory. So the objectives of this capacity building is to provide the photogrammetry equipment by responding to funds with the Ministry of Culture, integrating trainees into shooting processes in order to raise their awareness and train them to new surveying techniques, and train work team in photogrammetry by strengthening their technical skills in the area and leading them to autonomy, producing usable documents with local actors even after the war by themselves, because it's important to put all the people of Ukraine in and get them involved in this action. And as we said, the flying drones isn't very optimal nowadays in Ukraine. It can be used, but we need to have different and alternative capturing methods, like using poles, cameras, flashes. And Econem created a white book that explains step by step all the elements you need to know in order to be able to do this capturing of the data. And we exchanged with the Ukrainian Ministry of Culture in order to make this white book the clearer possible. And it's going to be, it's being translated into Ukrainian in order to make it accessible to all. On the other hand, this white book has two parts. The first part that I just talked about is the data acquisition phase, which will start by introducing photogrammetry to the trainees. The second step will be to train them on the camera techniques to acquire the most adequate acquiring data techniques. And one step, we will get into different capturing methodologies that will vary, as we said, on the monuments, objects of cities, so depending on the scale. But on the other hand, what was important for us was the data management. So we created with the Ministry of Culture data management white book that will allow the ministry to have a better control on the length of the equipment, because the equipment that is going to be bought is going to be the property of the Ministry of Culture, that's going to spread it around the people who's going to use it to acquire this data. It will permit also for the Ministry of Culture to have a visibility on the program of the surveys and grant secure access to the different data sets for all future users, because security is a very important element in this project, and we wouldn't want all the collected data to be spread all around, because it is the property of the Ministry of Culture, so the property of the Ukraine. And once this step is done, by working with local actors, Econem has already created and has been developing an online platform to gather all the 3D models that we scanned all over the world, and making them accessible to everyone. Even on our site, you can see that you can find public models that are accessible to all, that can help anyone discover a site, and with many tools take measurements and etc. And we are currently working at Econem to create an alternative platform that resembles ours, in order to gather all the 3D models and making them accessible to all local actors. And first of all, the Ministry of Culture, with who we are working with, Pixelated Realities, Chiron, Eros 3D, and all the other actors. And last but not least, what we are trying to create, and it's going to be done by the end of January, is to create an uploader to be able to upload all the data and the processed models that are already been made onto the platform, making it like a gathering of all the models, so that we don't go doing like 3D modeling on the same monument twice, and it would give us a clearer version on what's being done and what has to be done. And we hope that this project will happen and will be a good success, thanks to the Ministry of Culture and thanks to Pixelated Realities and all the other actors, because we're having weekly or every 2 weeks meetings in order to see the evolution and adapting to the current situation, because we're aware that everything is changing, and one of our objectives is to respond to these changes in the best way in coordination with all the actors in Ukraine and in Europe. And I would like to thank you again for this opportunity.
Since we have a final discussion here, I would like to open a discussion, if you don't mind. Just an interesting question for me, out of the worldwide practices, do you think that all the historical buildings should have both the 3D model and the scanned version of buildings, or how does it vary in different cities?
These are two different but similar techniques. We can have a scan by laser grammetry. As with photogrammetry, we're going to have like slightly different results, but the main element is going to be the same. The important stuff is either to do them by photogrammetry or by laser grammetry and other techniques.
Well, why I'm asking that is that I believe that these questions are also about the national security. They might be, because we have some of the buildings, especially in the big cities, which are of the vital importance and which might have some underground items and so on. So I believe that such information should not be open for everyone. So that's like the technical tasks which should be properly done and created, but then they would not be accessible for all the users.
Of course.
Oh, Anastasia, I wanna sorry, but I wanna add something. Even like a year ago, to have a map of rooftops where strategic objects are, it was a crime, you know, you can go to jail for sure. But like a year ago, so the government reworked these laws, and now private companies can survey, can have the data, and with some restrictions, okay, by law. But so what is my point? So the modeling and the scanning, as Bashar told, is completely different thing. And in terms of storage and terms of production. So we have a Rails, we go into the BIM era. It's building information modeling. So where it will be all kind of architectural low poly NURBS surfaces, like representing the buildings. And it is very important to have everything in this format, because this is the most representative thing for architects, for construction, for geodesic works and stuff. So this is not a scan. So scan is used to produce this data and stored separately. And the system and the security, which Bashar was talking about, is about to share to the people some visual models which are low poly with textures. We can rotate and examine them, but they cannot have the use of to make some espionage or to, I don't know, to project some plans to destroy or I don't know, explode the building. So this is the point, that the base consists of several things, like BIM version, 3D scanning, high poly models, which can be 3D printed also, or CNC miled also. They stored separately. And the public domain, where people can go there, like in the Sketchfab, and just rotate the model, check it, or get some prints if you need something like facade or, I don't know, rooftop. But it will be all went through this security system and stored separately?
Of course, and I would,
And that when we worked closely with Econom and they got a small preview of this platform. It was a platform for visualization, but we also have a speaker here which can comment really well about the storage of digitization data. So I would like to ask Francesca Tocchetti from 4CH, a EU Competence Center project coordinator and a coordinator of INFN CHNet, to tell us a bit about their project of saving digital data in Ukraine, and maybe we can find further cooperation points with Ministry of Culture and Economy. It would be interesting.
Thank you very much, Jana. Can you hear me? I hope so.
Yeah,
Can you hear me? Yes,
yes,
okay. So, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Before starting, I would like to say a few words about the current situation and what has happened in the recent months, in the past months. I tell you this because I believe that despite being in a dramatic and not humanly understandable situation, there have also been some lights in this period, and I hope that can lead us to a better future. As for CH, I try to now explain. As for CH, we promoted a campaign aimed at safeguarding the Ukrainian digital cultural heritage. This campaign brought us in contact with many European institutions and beyond. And this campaign also allowed us to establish many contacts with Ukrainian colleagues. And I tell you this because what is of utmost importance is that I can assure you that all the people we have had contact with have always demonstrated a unique unity of purposes in trying to build a team, a united group that could be actually effective in the attempt of to safeguard Ukrainian digital assets. And so I want to thank again all the people who helped us, starting from Ukrainian colleagues and FFAN SDG Foundation, and in particular its president, Maurizio Aronica. Thank you, Maurizio, for the help. Oh, now I want to speak of digitization, but probably using different terms, because digitization is certainly a fundamental step to help safeguard and preserve digital heritage. Digitization obviously concerns many aspects and many types of data, all interconnected with each other. 3D models are certainly of utmost importance because they are able to render the external appearance of object, but to be complete in describing the state of a monument, they should be integrated with other data from scientific measurement that can characterize the material. In addition, 3D models and point clouds have often been used, and this is just to show how the data are powerful, has been used in the past to evaluate statics of historic buildings and plan any consolidation intervention. There are other point clouds and 3D models from different measurements that can give idea, for example, of internal state of monuments. For example, I'm thinking to the statue of the Duke in Odessa, just to have an idea of the internal status of the statues. And in this case, 3D can be created with tomographies, okay? So we are facing, when we speak of digitization in the field of the cultural heritage, we face a lot of aspects. And I'm saying all this to point out that the amount of data useful for the conservation and the restoration of cultural heritage is very vast, and that digitization should be able to cover all these aspects. And this means that it's essential that this teamwork is carried out by both technological side together with national institute in charge of the protection of cultural heritage. Furthermore, but you have already said in some way, once digitized, the data must be made available, interpretable, and reusable. Therefore, we need a different data access platform, and that must be defined according to the type of the user, because we may have a user from the ministry, and this is in Europe is really a problem, because, for example, in Italy, but not only in Italy, in several countries, the owner is the Ministry of Cultural Heritage. In other countries, no. So we have really different, different policies to access this data. Furthermore, another essential point is to guarantee the interoperability between different formats and formats that may refer to the same type of measurement, and also interoperability sometimes is not obvious. So the panorama of digitization concerns many aspects, and the creation of an effective system for the conservation of cultural heritage from a practical point of view is not impossible, but it's quite complicated, because we have to face all the aspects, because also we need to know also the matter of the monuments and so on. And we may have also additional problem, also because in order to be effective, the system should be able to dialogue with all the institutions, public and private institutions of the cultural heritage panorama, and at different level, at European level, at national level, regional level, local level, and so on. So the construction of a competence center, but also the interaction in other countries is not so straightforward. As for CH, we are defining the guidelines for digitization, starting from all the documentation and recommendation produced over the years by European and international projects and institutions. At the same time, we are defining the minimum requirements for services that will be offered for the visualization of 3D models, and for services dedicated to the analysis and to the reuse of scientific data, because for CH will take care of 3D models, but also to the associated data, also intangible data. We are
a short question.
Yes, you can.
So,
obviously.
you talked about the data ownership problem, and that in some countries it is the ministry who is the owner. In other countries, it may be the scientific institute. In Ukraine, we here have this kind of a problem where different businesses and even NGOs like us or even individuals collect data with 3D surveys, and sometimes, of course, they are willing to share, but sometimes it's something that required them 3, 4, 5 years of dedication and resources, often personal resources, to be involved to do this job. So it's even a question for the whole panel. Do you think the use of the data later should be somehow reimbursed for these individuals, or should this data be automatically accessible by the law?
This depends by national rules. So we have we are 27 states at present. We have 27 different rules for managing the data. And so we have to see, and this is one of the challenges of 4CH, because in our opinion, because this data may be used for not only for restoration, for conservation, and so on, but also, for example, for virtual realities, gaming, and so on. Okay, so these rules cannot be, in my opinion, cannot be decided at European level, because at European level, what you can do, you can say to the member states, okay, we would like that you act in this way. But after is the member states that will decide about its own policy, okay? So in my opinion, is not so simple, because Europe can give recommendation from this point of view. In my opinion, we have to prepare different layers, and what we are doing as 4CH, we are layer means access policy to the data. Okay, because for example, I'm sure that I cannot give the 3D scan of, for example, Uffizi in Florence to everybody, because this is impossible from a legal point of view. On the other side, there may be some method for in the future to leave this data accessible under certain condition, and but this problem it must be faced nation by nation, okay, so country by country, because it's impossible to establish at present a common rule. What we can do now, we can, and what we are doing, we are mapping the needs of cultural heritage conservators, this at European level. We are remapping technologies available for diagnostics prior to the intervention on cultural heritage and so on. We are mapping also technologies for continuous monitoring of the state of conservation of cultural heritage. And as 4CH, for the storage, we are oriented towards the creation of a national repositories, okay, so at least one repository for each state, but for sure in Italy we will have more than one, also at regional level, and we can provide services for 3D models and for scientific data based on cloud, okay? So that everybody can use the services, but the data should stay in principle in their nation, okay? Cultural heritage data. And this is what we have seen so far in the interaction with the other member states. At present, keep in account that 4CH is, but you will have another presentation about 4CH, but in 4CH we are 11 member states from Europe, and plus Moldova and Switzerland. So we are 13, we are increasing, we have started a pilot to see what we can do. 4CH is devoted to digitization. Obviously, we start with 3D models, because 3D models are perfect also for can represent the artwork, the monument, the site, and can contain inside the model also other kind of data, and must be linked also to other data that can be used by restoration, national restoration centers, but also private bodies for the conservation.
Let me add here from the governmental point of view, we are working right now to create the national heritage platform, which actually will keep all the information about all the cultural heritage in the country, which actually means that at the time when it is ready and when we have all the necessary technical equipment to be able to store it for sure, and it will be integrated in future with the Bashars platform, which we were talking about. So basically, what we should have at the very final end, where we are aiming, is to have the information about each and every cultural heritage object in the country, naming all the written details, and finally having all the technical descriptions, including the 3D model, scanning, or whatever there can be. It is not obligatory that it will be kept actually in this particular system, but it generally has to be connected. Definitely, according to our legislation, we have to all the information should be stored in Ukraine. So basically, because of the war period right now, we are allowed to store the information outside the country. That's why we are able to use Bashar's help and the other international platforms. We are using Amazon right now, working with Microsoft and so on. But as soon as the war period ends, we need to bring everything back and keep it only inside the country. So that's why we'll be building a bigger amount of servers in the ministry itself, or do the cloud copy of saving, but it still should be within the country borders. But I absolutely agree with you. It depends on the legislation in each country on who is taking care of the preservation. It differs. Ukraine and Poland, for example, our closest neighbor. In Ukraine, actually, the national heritage belongs to the country, and then there are different levels. First is the ministry, then there are regional administration, and then local communities which are taking care. But I would say that on the national level, all the heritage objects having the national state name, they shall be kept, and whatever is done with them, in case something is created, either it's 3D model or scan, it should be copied and sent the copy to the owner, which means if the national to the ministry, if it's regional to the administration, and so on and so on, so that we keep collecting all the information flow.
But in fact, this is our point of view. But I see that Maurizio raised the hand. Maurizio.
Yes. Yes.
Continue with the next speaker of the panel, Lilian.
Yes, good morning. Sorry for this unexpected introduction. Just to say something to Ms. Bonder. Our foundation is strongly engaged to support, of course, especially in this moment, the Ukrainian, the art and culture in Ukraine. But I asked to Ms. Bonder, I suggest to involve in this topic. This is not an issue, a technical issue, but this is something of like an organization, to do a better organization. I would like to involve in this team, UNESCO Commission in Ukraine, and if it's possible, also other UNESCO Commission in other countries. Because, for example, we have in this project that the Pixelated Realities is going on. There is UNESCO Denmark. I think that it could be crucial, the participation also of UNESCO Ukraine, because it's very important. It's symbolic, but not only. They are the authority about the heritage, about the about the relation also with the Paris, with UNESCO Central Office. It's very important. It's not only symbolic. It's to give just like an officialization to this mission, to this team. We don't look only for 3D or metaverse or digitalization in general. Firstly, we need to support and to save Ukrainian art and culture. So there is a lot of tasks, a lot of problems, a lot of issues that we can do together, not only under this point of view. I would like to talk to you, Ms. Bonder, maybe after or when you want to stay in touch with you, to create really an international team to do this. We have the possibilities to use special funds from European Union. We can have the possibility to use expertise of very important professional in Europe. So we can have the possibility to really create a team, a very important team, able to work everywhere to support and to attract, to collect all the intelligence, all the funds that could be useful to save for the safeguard of the Ukrainian art and culture. So, Ms. Bonder, I will be, yes. Sorry,
program.
okay.
I would also like to comment a bit that unfortunately due to some additional changes in the timing, the representatives of UNESCO Denmark are not present for this panel, but in order just to comment on the possibilities for partnership which introduced Maurizio and addressed to Anastasia, I just want to say that this forum and all the partners we involved during the organizational process, we are open to become a discussion platform, a networking platform, and we will try to work further on with all the UNESCO offices involved and continue the cooperation for the sake of cultural heritage. And I want to introduce Lilia Anishchenko-Schwetz. She is the head of Department of Heritage Protection in actor in this sphere of conservation, because when we talk about Ukraine, we shouldn't forget that we are very decentralized right now. So although we have this business, NGOs, public and state, we need to also act with the cities like separate subjects. So if we can launch the presentation, and I will translate for Lilia in English.
Дякую за запрошення, що можна долучитися до такої конференції важливої. Я хочу розказати про часи, які настали у Львові, в Україні, починаючи з лютого 22-го року.
I'm sorry, we will transfer the mic for this first panel only. So I want to I want to say welcome to the participant, and I want to talk about the hard times which started here in Lviv and Ukraine from the 24th of February.
And I would like to introduce my short presentation and слайд можна один показати і нехай не там. Отже, стратегії у нас не було, звичайно. Ми почали робити так, як ми собі уявляли. На щастя, у нас були партнери за кордоном, які нам надали допомогу. Допомога нам була дуже потрібна. І перше зауваження в нас – це треба мати стратегію на такий час. Друге зауваження – треба мати партнерів за кордоном. Ми їх мали.
So we were very happy and lucky to have the help of our foreign partners from other countries. So if we advise for the situations like we have, you should first try to have the strategy beforehand, and second, you should have international partners.
Партнери, з якими ми працювали до війни, нам допомогли відразу отримати матеріали для забезпечення пам'яток, оскільки перше, що ми вирішили, це будемо захищати наші пам'ятки, особливо крихкі це вітражі, скульптури, які стоять на відкритому просторі і потребують захисту.
So first thing which our international partners helped us with was the materials, especially for the protection and conservation of tangible objects like vitrage and various objects on the open air which could be affected because of the shelling.
Ми отримали підтримку від Інституту Полоніка, це фонд в Польщі, від фонду Аліф, від фонду Принца Клауса. І це були фактично ті перші допомоги, які отримав Львів і якими ми поділилися з іншими містами України.
We received the support from Polonika Polish Foundation, from Alif Foundation, and from Prince Claus Foundation, which and this support we not only used ourselves but also shared with other cities.
Дуже швидко ми зробили таку платформу в Zoom, де були всі історичні міста України, і особливо ті міста на Сході, які вже зазнали руйнування. Ми говорили про їхні потреби і матеріали, які ми отримували від наших фундацій, ми передавали їм.
Very quickly we organized a Zoom platform where lots of historical cities from all over Ukraine were participating, and especially the cities from the east of Ukraine, and we communicated about their needs and sent them the materials they required.
Щодо, власне, 3D візуалізації, це ми, звичайно, до війни цим займалися, але це було скоріше поодинокі об'єкти, над якими ми планували працювати по проектах, і у нас не було багато, може 2-3 об'єкти у Львові тільки зіскановано. Очевидно, після війни, на початку війни ми впритул зайнялися цим 3D-скануванням.
As for the 3D objects, of course, before the war we had this kind of projects, but they were 1 or 2 or 3 buildings 3D scanned in Lviv. So when the war started, we had to focus on the 3D scanning a lot.
На щастя, у Львові є фірма, яка цим займається, і ми зразу до них звернулися, щоб почати цю роботу. Також ми отримали кошти від фонду Аліф на сканування проєктної документації архіву, великого архіву, який в нас є, зберігається. І це дуже важливо, щоб той архів був збережений, власне, в форматі інвентаризований.
So we have a company in Lviv which luckily does 3D scanning, so we at once address them with our tasks, and also it is important that Alif Foundation helped us to start digitization of project documentation, which is very important, and it's a huge archive which needs to be preserved.
Ну і проблема, про яку ви вже тут говорили, для нас також актуальна, де зберігати ці матеріали зіскановані чи 3D-візуалізацію. Зараз вона є в компанії, яка виконує ці роботи, але Ми розуміємо, що ми маємо мати свій архів і також десь копії в безпечному місці, щоб зберегти, власне, ці матеріали. Поки що ця проблема не вирішена, бо це дуже великий масив інформації, який мав би мати десь загальне місце.
And we already talked here on the discussion about the problem with the data, and right now all the digitized materials are stored in the company servers, but of course we need to have our own digital archive, but this problem is not yet is not yet there.
Ну і мені дуже шкода, що я не змогла вам показати наш чудовий Львів на слайдах. На жаль, техніка не все може, а дякую за увагу.
And I'm really sorry that we couldn't show the presentation because I wanted to share some of the slides with you, but for technical reasons it is not possible. And from Yana Boitsova, I will also add that this first panel, it is much more transformative than I expected from it, but I'm really thankful that we have such a conversation, and I wanted to have a small period of time for the questions from the audience, and if there are people who want to ask questions from Zoom or from the audience here, you're welcome. We'll have a small summary of the panel and introduce the next program. Thank you, Lilia. On this panel, we were talking about the sharing of experience of digitization and preservation of cultural heritage with EU countries, between EU countries and Ukraine, and how some of the projects are already successful in their activities. We wanted to show that on lots of the levels of stakeholders, there are people acting, there are standards which are being developed, there are foundations which support the process. And further on in the next panels and presentations, we will address the future impact which we want to see, and also the needs which we need to cover in order for this to be more successful, more scaled, and for the ambitious goal of Cultural Ministry to have all the heritage accounted. We need to work together as a community. So I want to thank Anastasia Bondar, Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Bashar Tarabai from Econom, French company which works with digitization in conflict zones, Francesco Tocchetti from 4CH, which was one of the first initiative to start helping preserve digital data of Ukrainian institutions, and Lilia Nishenko-Shvets for sharing Lviv experience with heritage preservation, and I want to thank Lviv for leadership in this situation, because sharing your experience with other cities is very important. And For the second panel, I just want to say that we have had a huge change in time with it. We had to put it on the 3 o'clock period because one of the speakers who is traveling to us from Germany, he won't make it just in time for 11:30, so we will postpone it, and during the second panel, starting from 11:30, we will see some of the planned presentations of heritage preservation digital projects. So after a short 10-minute break, we will continue with our forum. Thank you a lot.
Greetings, dear participants and guests. It is an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience and to share Greetings, dear participants and guests. It is an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience and to share with you our project. First, may I thank each of our speakers for taking part in this event, as each of us playing an important role during this difficult time. My name is Mykola Milchenko, and I'm part of the team that runs the project War Up Close. The name states for the project by itself. War is very close to us. To some. But to some are not, and they're not aware of all the pain the Ukrainians are facing. Some are getting tired or forgetting what Russia is bringing to our nation. The pain, the destruction, and death. Our objectives in this project is to let the world know the suffering and the destruction of the Ukraine. As we visited Irpin and Bucha, Ochtyrka and Chernigiv, Kharkiv and Borodyanka, we collected hundreds of panoramic pictures with professional cameras and drones. We collected hundreds of kilometers street view with Insta-Titan 11K quality to record the evidence of war crimes and Russian terror. We visited not only big cities but small villages and far-off central roads towns. And in each place we saw the destructions of buildings and lives of Ukraine. Greetings, dear participants and guests. It is an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience and to share with you our project. First, may I thank each of our speakers for taking part in this event, as each of us playing an important role during this difficult time. My name is Mykola Milchenko, and I'm part of the team that runs the project War Up Close. The name states for the project by itself. War is very close to us. To some. But to some are not, and they're not aware of all the pain the Ukrainians are facing. Some are getting tired or forgetting what Russia is bringing to our nation. The pain, the destruction, and death. Our objectives in this project is to let the world know the suffering and the destruction of the Ukraine. As we visited Irpin and Bucha, Ochtyrka and Chernigiv, Kharkiv and Borodyanka, we collected hundreds of panoramic pictures with professional cameras and drones. We collected hundreds of kilometers street view with Insta-Titan 11K quality to record the evidence of war crimes and Russian terror. We visited not only big cities but small villages and far-off central roads towns. And in each place we saw the destructions of buildings and lives of Ukrainians. We heard horror stories. Stories that touches every bone and every nerve. In one village, as we were flying drones, a little girl came to us and asked us if we were planning to bomb them. 5 years of age. The girl has memories, horror memories, for the rest of her life that Russians were bombing her village. In Kharkov, Saltovka, the region, we stepped in destroyed apartments as we were taking pictures, and only one thought came to our mind. Why? Just a few days ago, people lived their lives, had good life, stored cans of food, made plans for the future, and because of one old crazy man, they lost all of it. In some apartments, buildings where people still live. No electricity, no water, no heat. We were welcomed by one man, and he shared fruits with us. That is the Ukrainian lifestyle. Share with your neighbor the last piece of bread and help any way you can. He thanked us for what we were doing and asked us to share these pictures with the world to know and be aware. I'll ask you to share this link and share our story to the world so everyone can see the real disaster, the real pain of our people, so we can get more help, more support, and more weapons to win this war by victory. Slava Ukraini!
Will be held by Ilya Litvinchuk, PhD student in, sorry? I'm sorry, I have technical issues.
So I want to present you, first of all, our second moderator, Yulia Frolova. She is working in Lviv Polytechnic, and she will present part of the speakers and moderate the 3D scanning panel. And I want to ask Tao Thompson from Backup Ukraine, an initiative from Denmark, which took a great scale during this year, to finally be able to present the results of your projects. Tao, I hope you can now present.
Thank you. And so do I. Let me just try for a second to share my screen. Can you see me up? Or is there even a screen at your end? Here we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, fine.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for the honor of inviting me today. What great company to be in. I will be here to speak a little bit about the small part that we have done in order to sort of help in the digital preservation of your culture from the project Backup Ukraine, which is an initiative we launched very shortly after the war started, based on something we heard from Blue Shield's representative in an interview in the morning, saying that destroying a country's cultural heritage is the fastest way to erase its national identity. So that quote hit home for us and made a lot of the seemingly meaningless cultural destruction that we heard about in the news, gave it a completely new importance, and we started thinking about how we sort of like technological innovators could help in this case. And one of the first things that we thought about was that the scale of cultural heritage in Ukraine was far too big to be able to cover with any tools that we knew were out there already. Sort of like anything in the toolbox of museum workers and such would be nigh on impossible to scale out to the 29,000 cultural sites identified here by the Smithsonian Cultural Rescue Initiative. But then we fell over this tool that was originally used by game developers when they developed these like 3D type environments or games or videos or something like that, where when they are to place, for example, a rock, instead of building it from scratch, they can just go out and capture it in sort of like a machine learning based version of the photogrammetric scanning that everybody in here is way more knowledgeable about than I am. But what we thought was interesting about this is that everybody can go out and do that with only a few minutes of training. So we visited a local park here with a friend that I think you all recognize, Taras Shevchenko, and tried pointing this tool at him and seeing, like, instead of just creating stuff for games, what else could we do? And we found out that the results were way better than anything we had imagined. They are not as good as the best that the people in this room can make, but they can be done at a scale that is completely unheard of. So we brought this idea to UNESCO and to Blue Shield and to the company behind the technology, and surprisingly got them all to agree on launching this with us in just a few weeks. And not only that, then as soon as we went live, we met a lot of the wonderful people who I'm assuming is in the room with us, at least some of them, and made lots of friends in Ukraine, both like from organizations and volunteers who wanted to help in this. So all of these people on this slide and a whole lot more helped us take this little weird thought experiment of like, what if it was possible to back up a country's heritage. That thought experiment, they ended up turning into something that was way bigger than we ever imagined. The latest numbers that we got from the developers is that 50,000 people in Ukraine have downloaded the app just during the last 5 months, up from like a handful before the war. And we were very proud when we had the first 250 statues, because we had asked MoMA, like how big is a big collection of statues, and 250, that was roughly what they had for the last 30 years. So that made us happy. That seems significant, but now we found out the new number is like 35,000 sites scanned in Ukraine alone during the last year. So even like by the most conservative estimates, all of these are obviously not sort of like a historian's history. They're not all statues or sort of like important pieces of architecture. Some of them are way more personal memories. But even by the most conservative estimate, that's still more than 2.5 times the amounts of statues that MoMA has since forever. So like really, this has grown to a scale that we did not foresee or expect in any sort of way. And part of that has been that the press has really picked up on the story. We found out we have now 1.32 billion people reached. And we haven't spent any money on this except showing the tutorial to a few young men in Ukraine who we knew had interest in sort of like 3D scanning and photography and architecture. So way bigger than anything that we ever expected. And we're still sort of exploring what that means and how we can use this, not just to help sort of your people in your country and your culture, but also just as a general tool in situations of catastrophe. So one of the things that we hadn't foreseen is the way that people use this to capture also all sorts of everyday things. So it's not just important monuments, it's not just like documenting war crimes, it's also just somebody filming the apartment block that they live in after it got hit with a rocket, or like a car riddled with bullets like the one that you see before you. And because the technology that we use has a built-in feature that allows you to watch it in AR, we thought about that. That's really a way to bring yourself way closer to a situation than a photo or even a video can ever do. And that's important, because like as much as the world looked to Ukraine when the invasion started happening, interest fell away frighteningly fast. Like it didn't take more than a few months before people started looking elsewhere. And I think there's this tendency to get numb in the face of a catastrophe, that that this immersive tool, like seeing something right in front of you in augmented reality, can really go in and sort of like break open our hearts again. So we're thinking that this could be an opportunity for people everywhere in Ukraine, but also in Syria and Yemen, to go in and give this very sort of like concrete sharing of their experiences with the rest of the world. And we're hoping that this can be used as an educational tool, but also just as a tool for driving empathy and keeping this on top of people's minds and supporting them. Now we've been going on for a year here, and everything has exceeded our expectations, but we also trying to plot out a few points for the future. And I think not just for us, but for everybody who's in this room, because I feel like in a sense we were invited to a party, or like we arrived at least at a party where we didn't really know anybody, and I wanted to give a few thoughts about like how what we have done can play together in a broader sense, and just to address the elephant in the room, like we are definitely not the ones who have the most knowledge about 3D scanning. We're probably the people in the room today who has the least knowledge about 3D scanning, and yet there's something about the way that we framed our sort of project that caused it to capture a lot of press attention, maybe more so than deserved, and at least when compared to the amazing work that other people are pouring their lifeblood into. we had a really outsized share of that attention. And I think, of course, like one thing that we're trying to do is always direct the spotlight to the real heroes, to the people on the ground, and also because we can't take money. So like whenever somebody wants to support in that sort of way, we can always redirect it to people who need and can use it more than us. But I think it's also worth thinking about like why did that happen? For everybody else who's in the sphere of 3D scanning and cultural preservation, like why was that so right for the time, and how can that be used to sort of bring a broader attention in general to the field? So that's one thing that's on my mind a lot, and I'm sure you can all find my contact details if there's something that you want to talk about. Then feel free to connect me in some sort of way, and I'm happy to try and build on that and make sure that this awareness can benefit everybody, and not just our project, because I think that's it in a way, like the world has now, a little bit more of the world has seen now the potential of 3D scanning for cultural heritage preservation, and let's make sure that something good comes out of that people don't just forget again. The second part is, of course, like how the technology has now arrived at a point where experts can do, of course, still way more than any amateur, but amateurs can actually help, like in a meaningful way, in a non-trivial way. A complete amateur can pick up their phone and help in this sense. So there's things that an amateur will never be able to do when you look at some of the super detailed scans that I know Pixelated Realities are doing in Odessa, or like the cathedrals that Skyrun are capturing around Lviv. Like even with 1 million years and the best phone and the tallest ladder in the world, we wouldn't be able to get anywhere near that. But there's lots of other things where you can cover at a scale that you wouldn't be able to before. And like lots of these people have bought into, has donated time and to the Backup Ukraine project. If there's any way in which any of what you're doing can benefit from those people, again, reach out, and we are more than happy to sort of share that. And the last thing is, of course, like the ownership of this whole project, which is that we never thought that this was ours. It's just a service that we did for Ukraine. You know, Backup Ukraine is a project that belongs to the people, to the state, like of Ukraine, and every single scan in there is rightfully yours as a people. And we've always been trying to sort of to put as much of this in the hands of locals, gradually getting more and more people on board who are now sort of like representing the project with great skill and sort of like ambition locally. And that's the last thing that I'm very happy to have a conversation with. If there's any context in which all these scans that we now have can be leveraged or sort of like brought to life in a way that serves the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian nation, we are more than happy to help. So do reach out and we can find out how. Thank you so much for the honor of speaking here today. And if anybody has any questions, I'm obviously happy to answer.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like kindly ask Ilya Litvinchuk, my colleague from Lviv National University, to present his next presentation about photogrammetry in scientific restoration and conservation processes. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I am architect conservator and a PhD student of Department of Architecture and Conservation of Lviv Polytechnic National University. And I would like to consider the problem of photogrammetry from conservators' point of view. Could you show presentation? necessary part of it. We use our department. Our department has used this technology recently. We don't deliver this service to Ukrainian market, but we. For improving and simplification of the process of creating inventory drawings. Could you show, please, presentation? Не буде. The next case is okay, I will talk. So it was first case. The next case it's investigation of historical towns and settlements of Ukrainian. When we make our urban and historical survey, we have a problem with historical cartography because you know, in, for example, 17th, 19th centuries, maps were created by eye-catching methods, and we have situation when we have one object but created by different authors, and as we have different results. So we should compare these historical maps to understand how this city developed in past, for example, and it is very necessary to recognize the point of view from which was the situation catched. So before we used Google Maps, but now we could make we can make a digital copy of our object of, for example, historical center of town, and work with it. The next case it's research of hill forts and earth fortifications. Our country is rich for these types of objects. Unfortunately, I can't show for you it now. And the last case, it's a fixation condition of object, cultural heritage object, before conservation and after. For example, in our university, we work with some, for example, with the whole of our building. It was built in 1870s, and I would like to underline one very important thing. photogrammetry and digitalization is not enough to inventory of our historical objects because it should be combined with text descriptions with which could be formed by architects and conservations. For example, it could be consist from three main parts. For example, short historical review, and then we should describe architectural and structure features and materials. And in finish we should we have to describe technical condition. We have to put information about defects and secondary additions to this monument, and for example another types of destruction and other. And in this case we will have enough information for future conservation and preserving of our objects. So I would really like if we will work on it together. Thank you. And не буде презентації, так, взагалі? Може показати якось в кінці?
Sorry for technical issues. Now we can open the presentation of Ilya Litvinchuk and just quickly have a view of the works that have been done before. There will be no sound. We would like to introduce our next presentation. Is the project between two organizations like Museum of Territory of Terror and the project Aspici.
So
Okay. So once again, Olga Gonchar, Territory of Terror. So it will go like this. They will present with the mic the ideas, and then we will show the presentation and ask speech. Thank you.
Yes, hello, colleagues. Nice to meet you in this conference. And I'm director of Museum Territory of Terror in Lviv, and after 24 February, the life is changed, and first questions for museum team, it was how we can save a museum collection, how we can save museum, how we can say buildings and all, and also team, and we also do this anti-war, anti-crisis management. We packet exponents, hide, downloading online a lot of documents found of Museum Territory of Terror. But also before 24 February, we want to do this 3D tours and scanning museum. And before 24 February, we feeling this technology likes more for fun, more for promotion, museum collection and museum work. But after 24 February, we understand that this technology we can use to save museum and save work of museum and save heritage. And now is the questions of security for museum exposition. Because we not work until 24 February for public, for visitors, exposition was conservation, exponents was hide. But when September comes, we have a lot of requests to opening the museum for public and start talking about trauma, because Museum Territory of Terror works with trauma, and we reflection of totalitarian regime, of war, and of course this war in Ukraine now is the continuation of this terror which do Russia terrorists. And we understand that we can open the museum, but we can't open the all exposition because the most valuable exponents hide. And how we can work it was the questions. And now, today we also, all participants comes to Museum Territory of Terror, and you can see the permanent exhibition. You can see the result of work of colleagues from Pixelovanie reality, Pixel reality from Odessa, and it's very interesting how to do museum exposition with this technology, VR scanning and so on. Is a challenge, yes, because you need electricity and you need a lot of technical device, and you need generators and others, but it's the next challenge. But also we understand that yes, we can open the museum, but exposition hide, and how we can work. Now we continue and work like museum with the contemporary art, with the discussion program, and when visitors asked, where are your exposition, where are your exponents? We also have this 3D tour, which we create with Skyron, and visitors can go to this 3D tour and see Museum Territory of Terror exponent and exhibition and all building. And is the question, is the answer for question how museum can work in war period? Yes, for visitors and for all. And also we use this technology for promotion museum works and exposition. But it's like from Territory of Terror experience. After 24 February, I create Museum Crisis Center. It's an initiative which help all museum in Ukraine. We have networking than more 120 museum from 10 regions, and we help museum workers stay in Ukraine and work in Ukraine. And from colleagues, we know that a lot of museum was destroyed in Ukraine, attacked by Russia bombs, and we understand that Russia do genocide of Ukrainian nations and museum workers and museum under attack. And after this understanding, we cooperate with Aspici and we start project Wounded Culture. And we want a documentation experience of museum workers, how to be museum workers in the war. And we start from Ohtyrka. I think after a few days we start with Ohtyrka, yes. And it will be first project when we use VR technology and show the museum experience in the glass for the first, and the next also is the documenting oral history by using oral history methodology, how to be museum workers. And in the next year we planning do more than 30 stories from Ukraine about wounded culture and share this experience for international community, for Ukrainian community. And we want to show museum voices, how to be museum workers on war, and it's the next perspective. For Museum Territory of Terror, it's how to promotion museum and how to work with visitors, because Museum Territory of Terror located in Lviv, and for other museum we look like this technology for using to show their voice and their experience. And I think Victor can continue. And,
hello to everybody. My name is Victor Samoilenko. I am CEO of Aspici. So we are technological company working on connecting 360 video and VR representation. We are really proud to be part of this project, and we do believe that with this technology we can not only digitalize and preserve cultural heritage, but we can save something more important, and that is a moment of space and time currently in Ukraine. It is about experience to be saved. It is about people who can provide a perspective on the cultural heritage. So basically what we are doing, we are using variety of the filming equipment, capturing environment in 360, and working on representation in VR helmet. In this manner, we believe it will impact audience significantly more. It will raise empathy, and finally it will allow people to immerse into current circumstances of Ukraine, and especially of its cultural sphere, and therefore can, I would say, interact with this reality from the first point view. Yeah, we do have certain samples of our work here. If someone is interested, we can show samples of our work in a helmet. So.
Also, we can see presentation, a few photos of Museum Territory of Terror and Ohtyrka. Some photos.
So I will introduce our next short presentation. It's 4CH Tecalia. They will sum up the results of this year of the 4CH project, which we already heard a bit from Francesco. They will have a video now, and let's continue with it.
Good afternoon to everyone, and we are very sorry for not being able to
be in the part that we will talk about the future, the impact of the war on the heritage and the role of digitization and heritage in the future recovery of Ukraine.
Good afternoon to everyone, and we are very sorry for not being able to be live in this important event. But anyway, we are representing Tecnalia. My colleague Igone Revilla and myself are part of the innovation manager of the 4CH project, and we will give you a very short description about this important project. So, 4CH is a European project aiming at building a European competence center for the conservation of cultural heritage, including different aspects, mainly conservation of heritage linked to the management of European cultural heritage, also the valorization and also the prevention of a major risk for our heritage. So the goal of this project is to set up the methodological, procedural, and organizational framework to launch the Competence Center from the point of view of the operative issues linked to the ICT tools, basically legal aspects and financial aspects. And the Competence Center will create a European network of national, regional, and local cultural institutions to provide advice, support, and services. So the main stakeholders, well, the 4CH is conceived as a marketplace in which the offer and demand will merge. So we consider the stakeholders, heritage professionals and managers from the private and public sectors, and also the investors and donors as main target stakeholders. The structure of 4CH and the future Competence Center is established in different levels. In the first level, we have the European Commission and also the governing board formed by the founders and also members, and the strategic advisory board. I will enter in detail on the advisory board later on. Then we have a next level, that is the operational structure of the Competence Center, formed by the executive committee and the different departments that will offer the services of the center, together with the supporting structures, basically the ICT tools and the cloud. Then we have a next level with the national networks that will deploy the Competence Center at national level, and finally the different users of the Competence Center. Then within the project we have some steps to arrive to the Competence Center after the start of the project. We have the definition of the concept, then the establishment of the tools and services that will be the core of the operational level of the center, then the definition of the economic and strategic plan, the fine-tuning of the structure, and then the kickoff of the Competence Center. The consortium is formed by different partners, usually of all Europe or a big quantity of countries within Europe, but also it is very important the advisory board made of high-level experts that will act as project ambassadors, also will give advice to the project, will enable contact with society and provides feedback. The Competence Center has been established as an infrastructure dedicated to share knowledge, infrastructure, and services in a holistic view, including aspects, first of all, excellence is very important, also knowledge transfer in an interdisciplinary framework, also a collaborative approach and standardization. For that, we need different competences and tools like scientific data, information technologies, like artificial intelligence, structural analysis, etc., which will conform the different experiences and successful stories and best practices that will be shared through digitalization in the 4CH cloud. It is services that will be offering 4CH has been established at 3 levels. The first one is counseling and orientation, the digitization and standards and guidelines. So including aspects like analyzing experiences, skills, and best practices, mapping risk, also create interdisciplinary networks, and provide standards and guidelines. Then the second level is the level of training, also through training materials and sharing of best practices. And then the third level is to support in innovation projects through innovative services and tools, facilitating access to finance of EU funds, also support use and reuse by SMEs in the case of data, and work on establishing a bridge between 4CH and European Commission.
Thank you, Isabel. Now, my name is Igona Revilla. I work with Isabel as well in the project. Now I'm going to give a more detailed overview of the project, how we are been working in these 3 years to be able to arrive to these main objectives of creating the 4CH, the Competence Center. The main goal of the project is to set up the methodological, procedural, and organizational framework of the competence centers to be able to work at the European, regional, and national and local level. The main 5 objectives, which are the first of all establishing the methodological framework for the center. The second objective deals more with the design and implementation of the platform to support this collaboration among all the European cultural heritage institutions. The third objective will be aiming to increase and improve the digitalization of the cultural heritage to be able to support the conservation. The fourth objective aims to develop the best practices to make full use of all the data. And the fifth objective is the definition of the structure, operational, financial, and all the legal structure and conditions of the future competence center. Now we are going to see how the project, the different phases and the different work packages are organized, and we'll just give a very brief overview of each of these work packages. There are 8 or 9 work packages, and they are organized in 4 different phases. Initially is the concept phase, then the assembly, then the fine-tuning phase, how to learn from the second phase and adapt it to the final phase that will be the kickoff of the competence center. The first work packages deals with the definition of the requirements and the activities of the future competence centers. It's directly linked with Objective 5 and defines how the experiences, the skills, and the best practices will be collected and analyzed to gather all the conclusions to identify the real user needs of the cultural and heritage sector. There are 4 main sub-tasks that deals with the best practices, analysis of the risk, the technologies to be applied, and finally to identify the user needs. The work package 4 defines the operational structure of the competence centers, and it's addressing the existing network of European competence centers and knowledge centers, identify the methodological procedures and organizations that can best apply to the 4CH, and set the basis of the internal and external operational and organizational structure. Work package 3, it's the implementation of the operational framework and will compete the objective 2 that will focus on the implementation of the platform based on ICT solutions and will be mainly focused on 3D, HBIM, and semantics, and that will create a great potential for the dealing with the 4CH cultural heritage big data. There are 6 subtasks in these work packages as well. The work package 4 is directly linked with work package 3 and deals with the service deployment system. And this will make use of the structure for defining the services offered by the competence centers. And it will give, tribute to objectives 3, 4, and 5 of the competence centers, and it's organized in 4 different sub-tasks. Work package 5 will deal with the data management and recommendation of the guidelines. There are lots of different repositories and different I would say standards of data, and the idea of 4CH is to work towards the standardization of the data and to ensure that all this massive data is collected in a way that it will increase interoperability with different sectors. Work package 6 will deal with the policy and financial sustainability and will define the financial and the legal infrastructure of the future European Competence Center. There are 2 tasks. One will deal with the governance and the legal structure of the center, and the other one will define the strategic plan, the business, and the sustainability plan for the future of the center. And both tasks obviously have to be directly linked. And finally, the last 2 work packages are the general packages, but not less important, for the communication, dissemination, and cross-fertilization, and also the management of the project. This work package 7 of communication, dissemination, and cross-fertilization, it's ensure the visibility of the 4CH, ensure that we can present in events like this, that we can actually make it more open to the public, and also be able to include situations that arise during the setting up of the project that will include the activities of the 4CH and will make 4CH more relevant, like the case of this event today. And finally, the project management that will ensure that all it's done according to the European Commission requirements and managing the communication with all the partners in the project. So hope you find this presentation useful, and thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you for the possibility to share the results of this important project, and the consortium of 4CH is a really big community of organizations with lots of various expertise, and we hope to work with them even more in the coming year. So I am happy to start the next panel discussion, the hope for the future, what should outlast the war. And the topic of this presentation is basically, if we have this much heritage and historical buildings ruined in many cities all over Ukraine, how will we decide what should prevail, what should we keep and what should be restored, and at what point we will have to decide to demolish the heritage. In order to find this place of the heritage in the future recovery, we invited the speakers from various spheres who can comment from their own point of view, and I want to present Valery Pekar. He is a lecturer of Kyiv-Mohyla Business School and Lviv Business School of Ukrainian Catholic University. Taras Yeleyko, who is sitting here with me, the director of Invest Office and expert in investment, financial management and asset management of the public and private sectors. We will also hear Alexandra Kovalchuk, the acting director of the Odessa Fine Arts Museum. She will speak with us from USA. Philip Deitachmar, the head of programs at the European Cultural Foundation, which supported greatly the Museum of Ukrainian Victory, our project, and the collection of data, training of reporters who collect photogrammetry. And we will also be really honored to hear from Sarah Abram. She is the Secretary General of important conservation institution in Italy, CCR La Venaria Reale, and from the scientific point of view, we will be able to hear their expertise in the restoration sphere. So we will start with Valery Pekar. I would ask you, Valery, to present online in Zoom the place of heritage in this strategy of recovery for 2030, which was presented not so long ago in the in this forum in Europe. And if you can start, just switch on Zoom microphone and camera.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me. I am neither expert in museums and culture nor architect, so I will share some principles. Is it okay, the sound?
There is a loop going on.
I will share some principles which I think could be relevant. Three major things which I would like to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, are, first of all, Ukraine is unique, having no gap between tradition and modernity. In many cultures over the world, we have a gap, we have a certain controversy between tradition and modernity. Since Ukraine has a rather retarded, I can say, late national development, we have absolutely different approach. Here in Ukraine, tradition is the modernity. And modernity for us includes going back to centuries for tradition, looking for tradition. That is why our modern aesthetics is our traditional aesthetics, which is not usual over the world. And that is why we are building our modernity on our historical memory. This is because of late development and because of statelessness for centuries and centuries. And that is why traditional optics, looking into tradition as something different from modernity, which is true for many nations, is not true here in Ukraine. Second, Ukraine has not non-finished decolonization. Indeed, Ukraine got its independence in 1991, but was dependent from the empire in many senses, both political, economic, cultural, mental, let's say. So that means that we should rebuild, reconstruct our historical memory, and this is a very important part of our reconstruction. So we reconstruct not only buildings shot by imperial armies, but also historical memory shot by imperial propaganda and imperial narratives. And indeed, this includes removal of any rests of communism from Ukrainian life, because after Second World War, Nazism was condemned, communism not. And the evil, which wasn't condemned, indeed strikes back. You see now this in Ukraine. And third important note is that the recovery of Ukraine is the most complicated and the most large project on the planet during last half a century. Maybe even one is more complicated than that. I mean, a peaceful reconstruction of post-Russian space, which is ahead of us. But the recovery project of Ukraine is enough complicated to gather all the best practices from all over the world. And we have three challenges which are hardly to be reached simultaneously. We have rebuilding, European integration, and modernization. Rebuilding means build back what was destroyed. Modernization means pushing the country up to the next level of development, political, social, economic development. And European integration means to be the true member of the European family. All three things are good, but they remind us of the so-called strategic triangle. Strategic triangle could be illustrated by the popular in business schools idea that our hospital provides you with a cure which is cheap, high quality, and fast. You can choose any two from three, but not three. And rebuilding, European integration, and modernization are in a controversy, and rebuilding demands very fast and cheap solutions. European integration, very right solutions and sustainable solutions, and modernization, very unusual and expensive solutions to bring the country up the next level. So we should install a very complicated mechanism, very complicated tools, including financing, including decision-making, and so on, to be successful in this strategic triangle. Then I would like to remind you the so-called Lugano principles, which were signed by several dozens of governments and international organizations this July in Lugano, which define the recovery of Ukraine. There are 7 principles, but I would like to focus on a few of them. First is democratic participation, which means that decentralization should be the major idea in making all decisions. Both Ukrainian citizens and European Union politicians confirm that decentralization is the most successful reform in Ukraine for the last 9 years, and the extreme resilience of local communities during Russian invasion and occupation confirm that decentralization was successful. So any solution could not be made without engaging local community, and local community indeed should play the significant role in defining what to do. Then another principle is multi-stakeholderism, which means that private sector, civil society, academia, and other players should also have their voice in open dialogues about the future of any concrete case of rebuilding, not rebuilding, changing the way of usage, and so on. And indeed, other principles are also very important, like inclusivity. Sorry, we shall have a lot of people in Ukraine with some physical damages, to be frank, after the war, and we should build all our premises to make possible usage of them. So, and the major principle indeed is build back better. So not to use temporary solutions like, what means Khrushchevka in Ukrainian. Yeah, that means the very cheap building, which was a temporary solution after the Second World War. And this very temporary solution until now defines architectural phase of our cities. One of the famous architects of Ukraine, Anna Curie, said, people who got victory never built Khrushchevka. That means that we should avoid any temporary solution which will long last until the end of this century, as all temporary solution. And indeed, cultural heritage is important not only for creative industries, not only for tourism. By the way, Ukraine has a lot of cultural places and places of heritage for Polish, Hungarian, Italian, German, Jewish, Turkish, and other peoples. So I'm sure that we shall have fantastic development of tourism after the victory. But also, cultural heritage means the sense of being for millions of people. And that reminds us the saying of Winston Churchill, which say that we should continue to spend money on culture during the war. Otherwise, we should know what we are fighting for. Sorry for not very, for bad quotation. And I would like to end with a reminder that everything which is not used couldn't be restored, because simply there will be no reason to spend money for those which wouldn't work. So every cultural object which should be restored should find its real usage in real life, maybe as a museum, maybe as a cultural space, maybe as a public space, something like that. And to make everything working, to turn on everything as a live objects, we need indeed voices, open dialogue. We need voices of private sector, of local leaders, of communities, of academia, of civil society organizations. So these are the major principles of Ukrainian recovery, which I would like to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your speech, and I would follow up with a question to Taras Yeleko. So Valery said that if we
Since
want
there
to
are
see
no moderator here, maybe I will pass the floor to another speaker of this panel.
He can't hear me.
Would it be Alexandra or would it be Philip?
Maybe, I'm sorry, maybe you don't hear Yana, she's
Yeah, I'm
moderating.
totally speaking. Can you
And
change
given-
the microphone for this? So
I'm sorry, do you hear
Please
Yana?
up yourself and start, because I has
Yes,
I
only
have
Valery
finished.
cannot hear
second.
Yana.
Alexandra, can you pass to you, please?
Okay. Can you hear me in Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Valery, I want to thank you once again for your speech, and I want to follow up your advice about the preservation of our cultural face, our heritage, so that we won't continue this story with Khrushchevkas, and empower people to decide how their cities may look after the war, after the recovery. But to do this, we need to understand how should we allocate resources, how should we invest, how should we decide what can we save and what should be saved and why. So I would like to ask Taras Yeleko here with me to talk from the point of view of investment office, what he thinks about the recovery.
Thank you a lot, and good day to everyone. So I would like to start maybe and express a few ideas about the general landscape of our country after the war, and I believe that we will win really soon, and what would take place after the war. And let's take from a little bit different angle at the general situation. So we understand that right now we have a huge amount of internally displaced persons in Ukraine, and generally all this migration went from the east and south to the Kiev to the west part of Ukraine. And we understand that some part of these people, and definitely a huge amount of people from the eastern Ukraine will stay. They will find the places for living, they will find the jobs, and definitely they will stay maybe in the central Ukraine, maybe in the western Ukraine. Certainly after the war we will have to reconstruct and rebuild our country. And what we see right now we see that a huge amount of heavy industries like steel melted plants and heavy machinery factories, they were destroyed. So, and the question about these factories is not so as about the producers, but let's talk about the future. In the future, we will have the question, should we rebuild these factories? And the question about timing of rebuilding of these factories is very, very crucial, because we understand that, for example, on Azovstal used to work 100,000 of people. And on similar factories, we have the same situation. So after the war, we will have different economical landscape and different population landscape. So we will have some region less inheritable, some more, and a huge amount of migration within the country. And the question of reconstruction will be really interesting. On one hand, in the eastern part of Ukraine, we will have definitely the cultural heritage, and we will have the second question about industrial heritage, about the factories that were destroyed, and what we should do with these factories. In lots of cases, there is no use to rebuild these factories or to renovate these factories, unfortunately. So the question will be how to restore them and what we have to do with them. Maybe make some industrial museums or something like that. On another hand, in the western part of Ukraine and central part of Ukraine, we will have a huge amount of new people, and especially, okay, if you are talking about Lviv, for example, or Kiev, I believe that everything with heritage will be fine. But if we are talking about small cities that really raise the population right now, for example, in the western part of Ukraine, and we can observe it in different cities like Drohobych, like Stry, we will see that the population raised and the businesses are moving into these cities. And we understand that the recovery of Ukraine will be based, and the Ukrainian economical future will be based on the small and medium-sized enterprises, on small businesses. And lots of these businesses will be placed in such small cities with really huge amount of semi-abandoned heritage as of now. So the question will be, how we can assimilate, these people in new places, and what we have to do with this heritage, and maybe it will be the time to give the second life to all these small cities, to reconstruct all these palaces, fortresses, because there are a huge amount of them and really, unfortunately, abandoned. So, as for me, after the war, we will have the question, how we see the Ukraine in 5, in 10 years. And based on this vision, the decision will be taken, and based on the migration processes, the decision should be taken, what should be restored in the first line, in the second line, and how we should behave with, as I mentioned, also with our industrial factories from the beginning of the 12th centuries. So thank you.
I thank you for the mentioning of industrial heritage, and I just want to give a tribute to one of the speakers who wasn't able to come just today. He got really ill. And he could really address this issue, and Yuri Filuk, the leader of Pixelated Innovation Project, is really an example of this possibilities industrial heritage imposes for us, and Pixelated Innovation in Ivano-Frankivsk volunteers and various initiatives which help in different spheres to the city, the displaced people, and for the army. But if we want to talk about the vision, I would we should ask the experts in the cultural sphere, and on this point I want to ask Alexandra Kovalchuk, the acting director of Odessa Fine Arts Museum, to come to Zoom camera and switch on the mic and tell us a bit about how museums, especially fine arts museums, the Odessa Fine Arts Museum is also situated in a big heritage site, a palace of Potocki Naryshkiny in Odessa, how they cope with this situation, and what are their visionary ideas of the future. What will be the role of the museums in the future recovery and decision making with cultural heritage. Thank you, and we will switch to Sasha.
Hi, thank you for this invitation. When I think about future, I can't start from thinking, I cannot start, not to start thinking about our past. And during past 30 years, we've been constantly asking, is it time for Ukrainian culture? And the question that we heard from Ukrainian government, that it isn't, that it wasn't a time for Ukrainian culture in 90s when life was complicated and something else was prioritized. It wasn't time for Ukrainian culture after the revolution in 2004. And only after the revolution of dignity, we found that finally some institutions were empowered, some leaders came to this sector, and we started to notice that Ukrainian culture can become visible and can impact local societies and the country itself. But still, it isn't a coincidence that Ukrainian museums were severely regulated for these 30 years, that museum directors were not allowed to take responsibility and to make decisions on their own, if it is an exhibitions in the museums or which people they will hire and which positions they will have in the museums. It isn't a coincidence. This regulation creates kind of a paradox. When government says that culture is not important right now, that it isn't a time for Ukrainian culture right now, and it isn't so important. But still, museum leaders are not allowed taking decisions on their own, and they are watched by government on every step. And this lack of trust was created this series of problems that we saw how they impacted the situation after February 24th. When directors could not take decision about evacuation, directors could not take decisions on their own to prevent losses that we had. Directors were left with, were very much understaffed, and after February 24th, the salaries of museum workers were cut severely. So again, it isn't, while we are fighting in different directions, including culture, trying to fight back for our heritage, which was in a big part appropriated by Russia, stolen by Russia, relocated by Russia. And yet, we don't have enough financial possibilities from the government, which is okay during the war. But at the same time, museums are not a subject of action and are not allowed in a legal way to find other solutions, how to operate during the war and how to impact local societies during the war. And we see this lack of capability. At the same time, we see wonderful examples of museum teams that took extra leadership by protecting not only their museums, their collections, but also stepping up to protect other Ukrainian museums to help colleagues. And this fascinates me, and I'm so proud. And at the same time, it's one of the crucial things that motivates me every day, that we have so many real leaders who take responsibility, no matter how hard it is. And yet we see some museums where this crisis of management is very obvious right now. And it is also a result of 30 years. It's not a time for Ukrainian culture. So in the future, I think that we should always start with the point that now it is time for Ukrainian culture, and that should be a common vision on every scale of our society. It should be a vision of our government. It should be a vision of politicians. It should be a vision of people, that culture is crucial, is very important. Museums are powerful, can be powerful subjects of change in the society. And decolonization, and as Valery Pecker mentioned, is the process where museums can be the perfect tool to go through this with our societies without leaving anyone behind. So for that, we will need the most trust there can be from the side of Ukrainian government and from the side of Ukrainian societies. We will need deregulation of museums, and we will need to give the museums opportunity to act fast and take responsibility, carry this responsibility, but be able to take decision for the museum's action. And academia is also a crucial part for this future rebuilding, for future operation of museums. So we will need hundreds and hundreds of specialists. And yet for now, with risk of many Ukrainian specialists are now abroad. And there is the risk someone will go back. And our cultural community, our country has to be appealing to our people to return, and we will need more specialists who maybe we could train before the Victory Day will arrive, because without specialists, it will be very hard for museums to rebuild and to be effective. So summing up, I think that Ukrainian museums already have all of this potential. We can already see how it works. We can see it in the amounts of collections that have been saved because of the people who are working in museums. We see all of these digitalization projects that are happening all over the Ukraine. And it is happening also because of the capability of certain museum leaders who are working right now. We have all of these potentials. I feel that Ukrainian museums will be a very, very important part of rebuilding, and we will need all of the support there can be for that. Thank you very much.
Masha, thank you, and I really appreciate the effort you also make to to become the leader of museums in the south of Ukraine, like we already heard from Lviv participants, that they had to take initiative and help the museums in other regions, and in the east. OFAM became one of the central organization collecting funds and support for the museums of Odessa and the south. And in terms of this cultural funding and its importance for the support of not only future recovery, but the preparation of it, the projects which can basically become the basis, which can research right now, which can collect the data, which can create project documentation while it is not possible to work. I would like to invite Philip Deitachmeyer from European Cultural Foundation to share their vision as an institution in the sphere of cultural funding, to share their expertise and experience from this year with Ukrainian projects, and also to say how in the future they plan to work with the initiatives in Ukraine. Philip, can you switch?
Yes, thank you. I'm here. I hope you can hear me all well without echo. I hear echo now, actually. I can also hear the echo in Zoom, yeah. Now it's better. No, I can still hear it.
Sound technician today got really bad problem.
Okay, I try nevertheless, and hope you can still follow. Yeah, thanks a lot for the invitation and for the introduction and for the speakers before me. A lot of things that were mentioned as principles, as challenges, as ideas were very much resonating with me already. And I think are very much happening in the context of the work we also do. I maybe start a little bit in terms of like where we came from and what's the background of our work in Ukraine, not only this year, but also more than 15 years, I think almost 20 years that we have been engaged with especially civil society actors and new initiatives in the field of culture. So the European Cultural Foundation is an independent foundation, lottery financed. So we are not the European Union, maybe that at the very beginning. So the big renovation, reconstruction budgets will have to come from somewhere else. But as was mentioned in the introduction, we finance a lot of small processes, research, new cultural initiatives, locally rooted initiatives that think about the future. And we have been doing that actually for long years in Ukraine. We started out, and I think it's very appropriate to the topic we discuss today. One of our first initiatives was that we supported groups in creating what was called alternative art maps, looking into the heritage, the resources, the possibilities of different cities. I think 10 cities all over Ukraine. I remember Kherson was part of it, Luhansk, Donetsk, Odessa, Lviv, Kiev. So this was one of the first initiatives we did. I mention it here also because some of you mentioned already that participation in cultural decision-making and strategizing on local level and institutional level will be very crucial. And that was also in these processes that grew out of these alternative art maps and art guides for these cities, very crucial point of development where local initiative groups then were lobbying to become involved in decision-making and planning cultural development on local level and municipal level, discussing with the mayors, discussing with all stakeholders in town. I mentioned already as a relatively small foundation that gives small-scale support. Our field of work was mostly civil society, but always also civil society initiatives that involved larger public institutions, such as museums, and everyone working locally. A second background of our work has been for many years as part of our mission as European Cultural Foundation exchange and collaboration between Ukrainian cultural actors and artists and their peers and colleagues and professionals and institutions all over Europe. In the neighborhood of Ukraine, but also all over the European Union. Our tandem programs for many years brought together small and larger cultural initiatives and managers of those with peers all over Europe, which was already back then part of integrating Ukraine's cultural sector into overall European collaboration channels, networks, systems. And now, more recently, since February, our very crucial and focused work also for us with the Culture of Solidarity Fund. Culture of Solidarity Fund was initially started as a fund for answering cultural emergencies and disconnecting or the blocked kind of like collaboration channels in the course of the pandemic. And over the years, developed into a major European solidarity tool, which obviously then immediately could jump into action. And the second day of the war already started to make first donations and grants for emergency situations. In this case, evacuating smaller art studios and museum evacuation projects and initiatives on a smaller scale all over the country, which was part of it. We have meanwhile made more than 100 projects, supported more than 100 projects, and it still continues with 15 to 20 partners and co-financing partners from all over Europe. And we are now also for the future exactly thinking about the topic of this conference and gathering. So what can we do next? What will we do next with our partners? And I would also like to share three major principles which seem to be important for us and for me when considering what to do next in the context of rebuilding Ukraine's recovery, cultural recovery. So the first point I wanted to make is, and it was already mentioned by speakers before, to very strongly work on cultural civil society initiatives, on participation, on integration of all different stakeholders in planning, imagining, and envisioning and strategizing for the future, so that culture does not remain a domain of the institutions and of political decision makers, but is really the whole Ukraine recovery is a bottom-up initiative, a movement, I hope, that evolves from this terrible situation, that basically the whole country, all citizens, everyone living in Ukraine becomes part of a movement to rebuild, because I believe it's not only about recovering and rebuilding constructions and institutions that are there, but I think the whole fabric of cultural sector and cultural civil society will need recovery, will need rebuilding, and will need a new spirit of envisioning the future of Ukraine, the cultural future of Ukraine, which brings me to my, or maybe one point about the function of museums and infrastructure in this. We also have a program working with libraries all over Ukraine, and I believe the function of buildings, of reconstructed buildings in the future will also be to provide meeting places, safe spaces for citizens, cultural stakeholders, decision makers, investors, everyone to meet and to discuss what the future could be. So I really imagine also a future of institutions that are not only preserving collections and showing collections, but also become really meeting places where the recovery and the future, the cultural future of Ukraine can be imagined jointly. The second point, and a future that refers to my second point to be imagined, because I think what will be very, very central is, and some previous speakers already mentioned it as well, is to think about Ukraine's cultural sector and the recovery of it in the context of the starting EU integration process. So that right from the beginning, The recovery process is done in collaboration with colleagues and peers from all over Europe. That learning, exchange, and learning from each other, developing new visions happens with a very clearly European imagination, pan-European dimension in mind, which also refers to standards, new standards that are already existing elsewhere in Europe, partially for sure also in Ukraine already, to introduce and to rebuild and work on the recovery of Ukraine immediately with a all open European lens as a future EU member state and the cultural sector that will operate and work in a future EU member state in mind. Which brings me finally to the third point, which is also connected to European principles, standards to consider. There's a very interesting exploratory process still on EU level called the New European Bauhaus, which basically is about introducing a new school of thought and design for ecological aware and sustainable future of building and of, in the case of Ukraine, also reconstructing all over Europe, or especially in Ukraine. And I really believe that these principles of the New European Bauhaus could be a real inspiration or a framework for thinking about how buildings, how new buildings maybe also can be built in the context of a post-war situation in Ukraine. And I really believe that Ukraine's cultural sector and the reconstruction process could really be a thought leader and a very unique a test ground of experimental ideas and forward-looking inspiration on how new cultural infrastructure can be built and filled with life in interaction with citizens, or even in co-decision by all stakeholders in a very specific situation and with peers from all over Europe. Well, we will continue with the Culture of Solidarity Fund to support exactly such initiatives as this gathering organized today. But more initiatives, we will, especially in the future, also next year and the year after, support initiatives and projects that look forward into the future and pick up exactly on what you started discussing here. And we look forward to bring together Ukrainian initiatives, everyone working in and for and in solidarity with Ukraine and Europeans together for envisioning and imagining a European future for Ukraine. Thank you.
Words, and I wanted to address some of the points you've mentioned. So we all know here that from the point of renovation, we totally can work with cultural and industrial heritage in the point of creating these hubs, meeting places, creating business and impact projects like pre-lot renovations, which are truly amazing in their effects on the local society. And it is a good point of investing both for cultural and business funds. But when we talk about restoration, when we talk about cultural heritage, we, from working with professionals in this sphere who basically, you know, dig their hands in the dirt and really do it for hours, restoring some wall in order to find a beautiful artwork under it. From their point of view, sometimes it is actually not possible to use the building in a multidisciplinary way. Sometimes there is also one more problem, which is this building is not supposed to be used this way. You can't, for example, use it as a concert hall, because it will start to fall, because some wooden parts will just deteriorate. And sometimes when you start restoration with one purpose, you can find during the research a completely another picture. For example, more earlier historical layers which are actually more interesting and valuable, and maybe not used, for example, for business purpose, but should be put in a kind of museum. So for this point in our discussion about the recovery, I want to ask I want to invite people who will talk on behalf of Sara Abram from La Venaria Reale. It's Chiara Ricci and Federico Diorio, and I want to ask them to switch on the Zoom and mic, and
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. And so we are here on behalf of Sara Abram, and today we would like to share with you what is our experience at the Centro for Conservation and Restoration, and maybe to
okay, thank you.
Yes, and possibly to reflect together our. Yes, is it better? Okay, maybe to think together about how science can support decisions in the conservation field. So today what we would like to do is to share our experience. My name is Chiara Ricci and I'm a conservation scientist.
Can you check your phone, check your audio, Mike? It should be on your side. Please check the sound.
Can you hear us better? Oh, no worries, no worries. Okay, so okay, I will continue trying to share the screen so we can show you some pictures. Okay. Okay, so just to give you some hints, the Center for Conservation and Restoration La Venaria Reale is located near the city of Turin in the northwest of Italy. The center is a no-profit foundation established in 2005 as part of the broader restoration works of an historical building, the Reggio di Venaria Reale Palace, and it is located in the former 18th century stable. It hosts also a master degree course in conservation offered by the University of Turin. The center includes several departments, including 9 different conservation laboratories, the scientific laboratories, the advanced training and study school, and the education services. Therefore, many are the artworks and materials to be faced in conservation activities, paintings on canvas and on panels, wooden furniture and artifacts, stone, wall paintings, contemporary art, textiles, paper, metals, ceramic and glass artifacts, and even human remains. Considering the broad range of topics and materials that we face every day, multidisciplinarity is of course the key, and that's why our work teams always involve different professionals such as conservators, scientists, photographers, art historians, archaeologists, and so on.
The scientific laboratories daily work side by side with the conservators, supporting all conservation activities with photographic and multispectral imaging documentation, non-invasive and micro-invasive analytical techniques. More specifically, the analysis performed by the scientific laboratories support all aspects of the conservation activities, the study of the original materials and technique, the condition assessment and the investigation of the deterioration phenomena, the testing and monitoring of conservation treatments of products, as well as the documentation, dissemination, and training. The Photographic and Multispectral Imaging Laboratory carries out 2- and 3-dimensional documentation of artifacts and external sites at every stage of the conservation process, namely before, during, and after it, providing conservators, conservation scientists, and art historians with essential information for a more complete understanding of the work and a clearer perspective on the advancement of the intervention. The photographic techniques aim to document the state of preservation of each object and are based on the basic principles of archaeological photography, such as correct representation of shapes, measurement accuracy, and uniformity of illumination. The term multispectral imaging refers to a set of non-invasive analyses that allow the reproduction of the artwork using different electromagnetic bands other than the visible one. Thanks to appropriate changes, the sensor of normal cameras is then able to record information from a range of wavelengths much wider than the visible one, including also the ultraviolet and infrared regions. Therefore, in addition to the more traditional photos collected with the diffuse and raking visible light, the laboratory can provide ultraviolet and infrared images. One of the most used non-invasive techniques is the conservation field is ultraviolet fluorescence photography. It permits to easily distinguish repaintings from the original painting. Indeed, overlaid and more recent materials look darker when illuminated with ultraviolet light. This examination can also highlight the possible presence of varnish or protective materials on the surface of an artwork. Visible photography represents the most important part in the process of documenting an artifact. It allows to record the current state of preservation and helps to show the surface appearance visible to the naked eye, as well as being an important evidence in case of a conservation intervention. The image of an artwork obtained by means of infrared reflectography may appear significantly different from how it appears to the naked eye. In fact, some pigment layers opaque to visible light may be partially transparent to the infrared radiation, highlighting underdrawings, pentimenti, or lacunas. Moreover, this technique can make difficult to read areas of the painting more readable and suggest a discrimination of pigments that may appear similar but present a different absorption of the infrared radiation. This technique is preparatory to false color, an image that combines visible and infrared data to generate a third result in post-production. With infrared false color photography, is it possible to make an initial hypothesis about the original pigments used by the artist and those possibly added later on occasion of conservation intervention. False color can in fact provide useful information on the identity of a pigment through comparison with databases. It is, however, risky to draw conclusions based solely on the observation of the infrared color result, since pigments were often used mixed or overlaid in several layers. The visible induced luminescence is an infrared analysis. The physical principle of the technique is the same that occurs for ultraviolet fluorescence, but in this case, the emission happens in the near infrared region. The luminescence is centered around 910 nanometers, and it is an effective method to characterize Egyptian blue, Han blue, and Han purple on different types of surfaces. SWIR stands for shortwave infrared. It indicates the infrared region closest to the visible spectrum, but unlike the infrared reflectography, the sensor of these special instruments can record information down to 1700 nanometers. This technique, as the previous one, allows to examine the preparation layer below the pigment layer, supporting conservators in the reading of the underdrawing. The three-dimensional representation generated by photographs, especially when measurable, facilitate the spatial interpretation of an object, allowing the viewer to perceive its true shape. The integration of multispectral data from the previous techniques multiplies the possibility of understanding an artifacts.
Other techniques for bidimensional and three-dimensional documentation respectively consist in digital radiography and computed tomography. The center is provided with a system to perform X-ray imaging on large objects. These imaging techniques allow to investigate the spatial distribution of the materials composing the artwork and to see the inner structure and assembly of all parts in three-dimensional objects. Still speaking of non-invasive analysis, different portable instruments are available at the center to perform spectroscopy techniques, also on site, like X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, Raman spectroscopy, and fiber optics reflectance spectroscopy. They can all be of great help for the characterization of either original and non-original materials, such as supports, inorganic pigments, or dyes, just to cite a few. When preliminary non-invasive techniques are not sufficient to reply to all questions from conservators, we apply then microinvasive diagnostic techniques, namely those which require a sampling from the artwork. An example is given by the infrared spectroscopy, which can be used to identify both organic and inorganic compounds, whether they are constitutive materials or degradation products. After sampling and preparation of cross-section, it is also possible to investigate the artwork stratigraphy by means of microscopy techniques. Samples can be observed through optical and scanning electron microscope, and the same techniques find many other applications, ranging from the identification of natural fibers to the monitoring of conservation treatments. Microscopy is also one of the most used techniques for biological analysis, which are performed to identify microorganisms or other biological agents of deterioration. Nonetheless, the activities carried out by the scientific laboratories are not limited to diagnostic, but also focus on research and tests on mock-ups, aiming to develop innovative methodologies, verify the effectiveness of new products, monitoring the conservation treatments applied over the time, and create databases of reference materials. And finally, the scientific team of the center also contributed to the development and realization of national and international training programs, workshops, and webinars addressed to conservation students and professionals. Thanks.
Thank you a lot for sharing the possibilities of the research of your institution. It is actually amazing how much information we can get from various types of research, and it is to summarize this panel discussion, I can say that it is truly important to have to establish these kind of various degrees of conservation of efforts. And for example, I can clearly see, for example, the collaboration with such restoration institutions for objects of national importance, the ones like Sofia Cathedral, or numerous places in Lviv, in Odessa, which should be researched in more details and stored in on the very microscopic level. And on the other side, we talked today about the possibilities of involving community and expert community in order to decide which will be the purpose of the objects which got ruined or deteriorated. And I believe that together with diverse funding, and also we couldn't address this today, but the so-called crowdfunding or impact investing, when even usual people can invest in important local projects, we can see some more clear future of our heritage. And I want to thank you. I want to say that it was really important for us to have this panel, and I'm really grateful for all the speakers. So we had Valery Pekar from Kyiv Могила Business School and Lviv Business School of Ukrainian Catholic University. We had Taras Yeleyko, Director of the Invest Office. We had Alexandra Kovalchuk, who will later present once again about the projects of Odessa Fine Arts Museum, and advocating the rights to perform leadership for museum community. We had Philip Dietachmeier, who addressed the diversity of possibilities of recovery for the from hubs to design, and importance of thinking even on the ecological level, how will it be restored. And great thank you to the Lavenaria Reale team. And we will have a 1 hour break right now, and at like 50 minutes break. At 3 o'clock we will start the last panel about the current 3D scanning projects, and Yulia Frolova from Lviv Polytechnic will be the moderator. The last but not the least, we will have Alexandra Kovalchuk presenting museum projects of AM. And at the end of the forum, we will change the location and here offline, all the visitors will be able to see the exhibition. Thank you a lot and see you in an hour.
Yura, we cannot hear you.
I'm not speaking now.
It does not matter. We need to be sure that you can speak, because we will be speaking a lot with you today because of the reason.
Привіт, привіт.
Привіт, Юля. Я тебе чую. I can hear you.
Thanks. We can start. So hello everyone, welcome to our final panel, the third one. This panel is more about the current state of the photogrammetry in Ukraine and also in foreign practice. We have 5 participants on this panel. The opening will be by Fedor Boitsov, the founder of NGO Pixelatedrealities, architect, 3D scanner, a visionary of this moment in Ukraine. Next, the second will be the video from founder of Aero 3D, Ukrainian engineering consulting group, Sergei Prisazhny. The third one will be Yuri Prepodobny from Skyron, NGO Skyron, and Sergei Prokopenko from media group Grava Media. And we had on this panel our colleague from Germany, Fabian Knecht, but unfortunately he is not here today with us, so this panel will be among our 4. So I would like to ask Fedor Boitsov, your floor, please.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a floor and stage, and thank you all for being here this, I would say, very nice and beautiful conference. So as we have a panel discussion, I was kind of thinking of a question from a moderator, but I actually feel myself being a moderator myself, right? So I want to talk then about some things which are very important to me, to our vision of our NGO work, and about this whole situation around the cultural heritage, and especially the scanning part, because we are working as professionals in this field. So what I want to say about it, that although the data can be collected and data can be stored, and there are a lot of formats, a lot of technologies, and they evolve every year. We have some new opportunities. For instance, like photogrammetry itself, like already, like I mean the new one, the SFM MVS, multi-view stereo, structure for motion algorithms, they became available like recently, and whoever knows, so now we have some nerve reconstructions, and we have X-rays and a lot of new possibilities to store and preserve digital forms of the objects. So my point is that in the future we can have new technologies, we have new data and acquisition techniques, and computers can be more powerful and whatever. So the biggest question is how to store data which we can acquire now, which will possibly be usable, or possibly will be amplified by new technology, scale or whatever. And this is the problem of the storage, because as everybody was talking about, like several speakers, like about this formats and standards, and everything have to be interchangeable, interoperable, and I think it's a kind of the goal of all this process of storing. and the layers of data which can be provided to people, just regular ones, and to governmental institutions, scientific research institutions. As we can see, a lot of countries have their regulations, their standards. So I think that the ultimate goal is to go the way of kind of making the global standard for everybody. And this is it's not a very easy task, and we as professionals must work in this direction. And also about the storage. So we also have an opportunity today to talk seriously about cryptography and decentralization storages, because the governments themselves also working on some implementation of blockchain technology, cryptography in their kind of normal working cycles, right? So CBDCs and stuff and everything. So when we can say that the object which was scanned and stored on somewhere on decentralized internet like IPFS, similar, so then we can say that this object is safe enough, because centralized storages have their own kind of problems, and this problematic can be solved by these things. On the other hand, there are a lot of opportunities which this technology can give to a lot of institutions, including museums, to use some sort of blockchainization of artifacts and such as NFTs or things which will come after that, like utility based NFTs. And I think we'll talk enough about it like later on. So what I'm thinking about it, the technology is a good thing to preserve the cultural heritage, and I believe that it will be evolving more, and I believe that we need a kind of global standard for data storage, looking forward for new technologies, and especially storage techniques which will implement the blockchainization or cryptography will help to maintain the stability of data and not being destroyed by the demolition of the centralized server, for instance. So this is all the open questions without an answer, and so I wanted to maybe ask someone from the panel, like maybe Yura, what do you think about this, the storage, the technology, and cryptography in the cultural heritage preservation?
We hold, sorry, Yuri, we are limited in time, so I just would like ask to listen all the presentations, all the thoughts, and then return to this question, and we will start our discussion.
I'm sorry, Yulia. I'm sorry, being a moderator myself. This is really the questions which are very important to me. Okay, so I'll finish my talk. And actually, by the way, our presentation can be found in the actual museum. So we collected our works and the works of our partners, Scalon and IRFD, and a lot of new ones and new organizations which we just started to work with. So we can check it out, and I hope you like it. So about this thing, I'm saying that the architectural part, the drawings, the models, the BIM models, the 3D printable or CNC, like digital fabrication models, they have to be stored in a way which will be sustainable in the future. And centralized storages are, it's like a Khrushchevka, like to build a Khrushchevka. It does not fix the possibility of losing data. So I'm thinking about decentralization and some open standard for vast majority of people to use it. and it will at least preserve the cultural heritage in the form of 3D models or drawings or whatever. And the professional data can be stored like somewhere centralized, like country-based, I mean, or institution of European Union or more vast kind of organizational structures. So it's basically it. So I think that this is the way, and I wanted to discuss it with someone wants to, or we can come back to it after everybody will have the words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fadil. I would like to ask our colleagues to put the video interview of Sergei Prisazhny, the co-founder and the CEO of the Aero 3D. We have some. We asked him to participate in him offline here in Lviv, but everybody here is quite really busy with the photogrammetry around, so we made a short interview with him.
Hello folks, my name is Sergey. I'm founder of Aero 3D company. We are staying in Kyiv and has been scanning digitization culture heritage, museum exhibits. Hello folks, my name is Sergey. I'm founder of Aero 3D company. We are staying in Kyiv and has been scanning digitization culture heritage, museum exhibits and architectural objects in 3D since 2016. Today our mission is to preserve the culture heritage of Ukraine and other countries for posterity, increase interest in culture, make it accessible to all, help people with disabilities to see the real world with the latest digital technology. Over the years, our team has scanned more than 100 culture heritage sites in Ukraine. We digitize all Kyiv's monuments. Recently, we performed 3D scanning and restoration of the building interiors of the family house of the famous aircraft designer of Ukrainian origin, Igor Sikorsky. This house is located in Kyiv and was in a state of disrepair before the war. Now I want to show 3D tour which we created by 3D models, which was created by photogrammetry technology. We have scanned it and restored this building in 3D. Like I told you before, we created Google 3D tour and share it on Google Maps. So you have a possibility to find this 3D tour on Google Maps and walk along the street and also go to the inside of this building, Igor Sikorsky, and see all of objects which was restored by us in 3D. We used Unreal Engine technology and also create a little game where you have a possibility to walk along and create some task, etc. So you can see all buildings and rooms. And now in our country there is a fears of war, and every citizen is trying to help the state as much as possible. In the first days of the war, our company donated our equipment for shooting drones to the territorial defense units of Kyiv. During this period of hostilities in Ukraine, more than a few hundred cultural heritage sites have been destroyed and are in need of restoration. Our company, our team, have already started the work on 3D scanning of the cultural heritage that remained intact in Ukraine, and we already scanned more than 50 the destroyed objects, which were destroyed by Russian forces. So first of all, I want to show the first objects which was destroyed in Irpin. It's a house of culture. On my screen you see the Palace of Culture in Irpin. So it was destroyed almost, and our 3D model will be used for restoration this object, and we hope that these objects will be restored and looks like before. Also, I want to show you Avant-Garde. It's a sport complex in Kyiv, which was destroyed by the rockets, by wave of rockets which fall down not so far from this place. So you can see the interior of this building. So it looks like terrible and very scared. So all of our models you can see on Sketchfab, and looks by yourself. I don't have a rights to show all of 3D model which were scanned by us, but I want to show you very famous objects in Ukraine, also around the world. It was Mriya, so we have already scanned two, and it was very hard objects because we is getting permission for several months that get these objects, and it was so hard also scanned it because it was not so very good condition in this period of time. Nowadays our work is continue, and we are going to scan a lot of destroyed objects by Russian forces that serve it and also use it in the future for restoration, also in other sphere. So if you have some questions or want to cooperate and scan some objects together, we opened, and thank you very much for listening to me, and have a nice day.
I would like to ask our next participant on this panel, Yuri Prepodobny, the co-founder of the group Skyron, and also the head of the project Pocket City AR. The floor is yours, please.
Hello everyone, can I share my screen? Okay. Just a few words about myself. My name is Yuri Prepodobny. I'm one of 3 guys who founded a Skyron team. And we, of course, started scanning when we were just the students, and now it's become our main activity. And from that time, we scanned a lot of objects, and we have a lot to share. We have a lot to share and show what we did. Since the beginning of war, first 2 weeks, we did some volunteer job, some military training for military guys, and after that we understood. So we need to do the best what we did before, and we contact with few abroad organizations to provide some financially to scan Ukrainian heritage sites. and we launch our project Save Ukrainian Heritage. And to better understand what we are doing, I want to start a short video for you.
Terrible challenge to Ukrainian culture. Save Ukrainian Heritage is a new project by state-run team involving a large-scale digitization of architectural monuments. Laser scanning and photogrammetry technology capture buildings and numbers in time. Yes, even destroyed monuments can be restored. Support us financially or tell your friends. Let's preserve culture together.
This video we made probably half years ago, and now from this time we scanned almost 39 objects, and now we are in process on the few big objects. And how we started that activity after the war, we contact with a local government who create a list of necessaries what we need to scan, because for this long period of our work we already scanned a lot, and we put this all information out of our lists. And here we see a lot of information about sites, what been scanned outside, inside, by lasers, by drones, by cameras. Maybe some of that object been scanned with all technology what we have, and we create that list. We understood what we didn't scan yet, and after that big list, we contact with a few organizations like Polonika Foundation and Alif Foundation, and they provide financial for our work. And now we do a lot of scanning. And just want to share some video about object what we scanned. It's a Dominic church, been scanned, maybe one of the first object at the beginning of war what we scanned. After 6 months of that activity, we growed a lot. We collaborate with a lot of organizations abroad. They provide some stuff for us, some cameras, some storage, some power supply. We hired a few guys, teach them how to scan, how to process photos, how to make radiology work if you need it. And now our team counted near 10 guys who know a lot about laser scanning, and they can do it by themselves. And at that period, we scanned a lot UNESCO sites. In Lviv, we scanned maybe four objects which located in UNESCO protection area, and also we scanned Chernivtsi University. It was the biggest challenge, and now we did more than 2,000 scan position, and we will do maybe more than 500. We need to do more, and that's what we do now. So we already cooperate with a lot of organizations. For example, capturing reality. Of course, Serhiy Fedor knows that guys are tax ready, Leica Geosystem. A lot of that organization provide some stuff for scanning, some power supply, some storage, and now we in process before our next year activity, and I will tell that maybe a little bit later. So and now that's all.
do you have an architectural degree? Or you?
No, I don't have architecture degree. I have surveyor degree. So laser scanning, it's a big part of surveying activity. And that's why, maybe that's why we do the job in a high level, I guess.
Our final participant at this on this panel, Sergei Prokopenko, to join me on coach. Sergei is a CEO of Grava Media, and he will have his time.
Thank you. So my story is to add to discussion. My name is Sergei Prokopenko. I'm a journalist from Kharkiv and media manager. Before full-scale invasion, we were working in Kharkiv as media, as working in the field of culture and creative industries, and we were focusing on text and stories and social projects with technical background, technical cases. It was our part of collaboration with pixelatedrealities, with guys who doing 3D projects, and in February we were doing in Kharkiv media project called AR Sculpture Park. We won competition in the city of Kharkiv, funded by Department of Innovative Projects, and we were having plan to create this exhibition of sculptures in augmented reality in April of this year. In between, this project still available online, but we were not able to list this in Kharkiv. This was before war. And if possible, it would be great to enable presentation, several slides just to describe. But if not, the story is that during this year, after beginning of full-scale invasion, we were collaborating with guys who are doing 3D models, because we are journalists and we have military accreditations, and we are allowed to create data sets for, I hope, for Museum of Ukrainian Victory. And it was our innovation on intersection that cultural managers and technical experts who are working in the field of preserving cultural heritage, they were limited in their capacity and access to the places of destruction, or to doing 3D model of something that they were not able to scan recently. And it was our commitment between kind of usual field work or between our daily duties. We were doing data sets of different projects. So in that posters you can see Taras Shevchenko, famous Ukrainian poet who I think created before war, and that data set, maybe it's also Taras Shevchenko or not, that was totally covered by bags with sand, and you could also see that Taras Shevchenko in poster of the event wasn't done by my hands. I'm not super efficient photographer. I have still issues with ISO, with the different stuff that is very important to create in that, but in that condition it was okay. And it was one of the first steps how we joined to this process, and we are journals that is a member of Eurozine family of journals. There is 90 journals about culture and creative industries, and we also hope to spread this knowledge to them. That and for me personally, it's very important that journalists cannot only write, like, oh my God, cultural heritage is destroying, but we just can commit to preserve it, or restore or create the data sets. And I think it's amazing because usual approach of regional journalists, like, let's cry or advocate that it does not work, this cultural heritage is destroying, how bad they are that they destroy it. But we just by our hand, we're doing that. And I hope this approach would continue, and as far as I know, there is some attempts of continuing doing these 3D models in different cities nearby Frontline, that different journalists collaborating with management of cultural organization Pixelatedrealities, and I hope that they will create more models. So this is about this approach of intersection of different industries that we found during the war. And the second one story is a memorialization of this data. Yeah, because you know, utility workers in Kharkiv work quite well. This is kind of meme, and it's also like a good story. And they clean up everything very fast. So when it was the beginning of full-scale innovation in March, it was several weeks until everything stabilized, and we had the time to do some photo shots of some destroying technique, equipment, or maybe big hole after rocket strike, because in summer, for example, June, I was impressed by, I saw a rocket strike over the central square. We came there in the morning, but when I was coming back in the evening, everything was cleaned up. There was no hole in the road. It was, you know, a small destroyment of this building, historical building in Pavlova Ploshcha. And they totally clean up everything. And, you know, like something's happened, but you don't understand what. And it might be that even in 1 week you will tell somebody, go check this place, they will not see it. And it's important to preserve part of it, because even me, after months, when I think about something, my brain is preserving my maybe psychic, not to not to cry because of this, or not to blow up or something like that. But these models would be able to memorialize this stuff, and for me as a journalist, it's also very interesting. I think it would make its impact in nation creation in future, and part of it. And I done a bunch of different models of tanks, of piece of tanks, of shrapnels, we were participating in digitizing Dashprom with helps of expert, because you know, there is no model. There is model of Dashprom. This is monument, modernism, like one of the tallest skyscrapers and symbols of Kharkiv. But it was needed one more model for this, and it was an issue, and we also working on that. But for me, it's very interesting also to do models in different regions of Kharkiv Oblast, because there is a lot of very strange things, and very we cannot summon. No, somebody is there, like let's check, you know, and really a photo make impact for us. Video impress somebody internationally, or even in Ukraine. But of course, only one possible way is just to take you and put you to North and Saltivka or some districts that were bombed, because when people arrive to the place that were bombed, and they stand there and they imagine in that place, it was the most, of course, immersive way. But not all can do this, and it's not possible. And after months, it will be cleaned up and it will disappear. So I think it's also part of it, and not only preserving the old cultural heritage, but kind of temporary cultural heritage is also is important. But the third topic that I wanted to raise, that I'm most concerned about, this is. I see a lot of organizations, they do a lot of 3D models, they do a lot of different stuff, but there is no some standard of quality. What is a good model? What is a bad model? What is a good 3D object? What is a bad 3D object in the field of cultural heritage? I have an example of similar stuff. Some years ago, I was consulting social enterprises of blind people how to create Braille books. It's also a market, yeah, like branch of publishing market, but they had issues that everybody was doing the same models or the same books several times and different design. Also, they were, despite its small interest in everybody wanted to do something for good, that small organization of blind people they were having some competitors mood, and they were saying, these books are bad, these books are good, these books are not well, they have bad design. And me as manager who just came up, and my challenge was to create that book. We created the book, we created an inclusive way, we submitted her to Frankfurt Book Festival in 2018, 17, I don't remember. And the solutions that I saw, I created standard in University of Metrology. I just came and said, hey guys, do you have standards for Braille books in Ukraine? Because kinda these guys are fighting with each other and doing the same book several times. And they say, no, we doesn't have. So we just took several standards for this, because I don't know what is the kind of height of the dots in the Braille books should be, yeah, like kinda. And we created the standard, and I have the standard I can share with anybody who need inclusive stuff. And in between, I was sharing the standard for guys to create touchable things on the monuments in the regions. And this was our commitment even to this case. And I advocate, I want you to have all the 3D guys, 3D modeling guys, have some industry standards that you can say it's good or not good. Because, you know, I don't understand what is the quality of your models, of you all, basically, not only organizers, but all. Everybody doing different models, then another guy came with laser, says, this is bad model. Then some another guys coming with some, I don't know, Starlink 3D scanning and say, oh, the technology is bad, that is good. I'm not interested in technology, I'm interested in results. And in Kharkiv, I saw...
Sergey, very nice statement and very nice point of view. And I want to comment on it if possible. Yes, so the very nice question about what is the good data and what is the bad data. So there is a professionals like Yura Pripodobny, who is GIS guy. Yes, so he was finishing, graduating from university to use lasers and drones. Myself and all our team, mostly architects, or just
It's obviously a very hard question because and twice
Oh,
missing.
at least I'm looping now also. So what I'm trying to say, so in the war state, even if the customer asks you not to acquire a color, so you will go and acquire the color for yourself to store it, yes or no?
I heard something about customers who is users of this stuff. So I'm only saying about society and government who are could have some institution or churches or some destroyed heritage, anybody. So my customers possible like society and government. And I want, so if somebody says and said, we will do this model will be of this church or whatever, I wanna you to explain government to say, if this model result have this parameter, this subcontractor can do this. And if this model does not have these parameters, I don't know what is this parameter. This is touchy question. I'm not an expert, but I understand that without this is useless work. You know, I saw in Kharkiv this year, I saw different companies. They do with iPad scanning some museums. I'm thinking, what's the iPad scanning? What is the result of this job? What they will do with this? I saw myself doing these photo shots, and I was trying to do my best, of course, but I want to understand the final parameters. Is it okay? And if this parameters
yes
is
and
not
no.
okay,
I would, Sergey,
this
the
museum
iPhone
can
leader
take this on
scanning
its
is
balance,
also
and
good
that's all.
thing.
That's all what I want.
It's also a good thing because there are a lot of objects and there are kind of people who can do that even with iPhone. It's okay. This is as these new platforms which allow with phone to scan and we saw today Tao represented one of those platforms, and I think it's also a good thing. It's not a professional grade, but it can be used as a draft kind of scanning, at least if something will be destroyed, if at least will be something. Or it can be as we scan something with people and then professionals go there by the schedule and scan it professionally. So what you're talking about that the requirements, it is also have to be a standards which we were talking about like from the morning, and the government have these standards, and the other European countries have to have the standards also, as we heard today. So some countries, even in EU, have differences in storage or in acquisition. And actually the quality of scans, by the way, it's scientific thing. So the guys like Yura are in charge, GIS guys, who photogrammetry is a part of the science, geodesic science. And laser scanning and actual data acquisition must be proclaimed from the level of the scientific level, practical level for private companies to implement it. So, and the social society, like NGOs, we can help. We can also help this process here, but the science has to go top to the bottom, right? So the actual scientific method must be the case. What do you think?
May I add some additional theories? And thank you that you started the discussion actually accidentally. I'm like from scientific point of view. I'm a member of the architectural department in Lvivska Polytechnica and Lviv Polytechnic, and we're using photogrammetry like architectural measurements and like to fix the state of the monuments. For us, for example, was the question of the purpose of using photogrammetry in the future, and maybe to level up this question of the documentation, digitalization of the monuments around Ukraine after the beginning of the war. And I would like to put the question for all of you. What are the critical issues which you faced during all of this time in your practice? And maybe, like, the opposite question, what you see in the future, like these critical points that have to be solved, and probably they can bring more free work, like in the future. We have for discussion 10 minutes, and this is one of the general moderator question.
May I go first? I think one of the first big problem of that area, it's nobody understood what is 3D scanning actually is. Maybe sometimes that guys show us 3D tour from Google, and they tell us, yes, it's a 3D model, and we already have that. So it's a typical problem. I think Fedor feels the same, but it's totally different, because accurate measurement, it's never easy. It's took a lot of time, a lot of preparation, a lot of expensive equipment, and a lot of steps by steps to create a high resolution model, in my view. So the first problem, it's tell a lot about scanning and what is it, and teach people understand what is different.
Provide seminars, lectures for everybody who would like to develop in the photogrammetry?
Can you repeat this?
Could inform people, teach them? Should we provide more tutorials, seminars, lectures, conferences?
3D scanning can never be such popular like pop songs, or something from pop culture, because it's it's not very popular stuff. But from ourselves, we always try to create some tutorials, some videos about scanning, and we tell about our activity to abroad, to Ukrainian, and on that way we try to solve this problem, to tell to the people what we are doing on our social media.
Yeah, and I can answer this question. I think that the answer lies, the cup answer is in your question. So yes, it's about the social activity. It's about like making more seminars or lectures or something via some NGOs also who can conduct that. And actually, we are not the exception. We did some seminars and some sort of residency where we taught people how to make the photogrammetry or process the models for digital fabrication. So this you cannot learn this in the institute, like in this amount, but also everything which is high-techy or trendy must be used and utilized for awareness, upscaling people, understanding that I know just phone. So that's why I'm saying that those platforms are good, not in the quality-wise actually, because they are not professional instruments for measurements. They're not laser scanning, so that's great quality. But the more people know about it, the more effective in the future it will be. So more people will be involved in that. Actually, like being I don't know, citizen, it's a good thing to have an option, or at least to know how to acquire some freedom of your own city, or city you traveling somewhere. Because I think this is the way, yes, and maybe making GIS science more kind of fancy, making a geodesic scientific institution more appealing to youngsters, you know. So this is the way, because the UA is an exception. This young and cool guy who is shooting lasers, you know, in churches, but there's not too much people like him, you know. So this is the point. The future is in the new generations of kids.
Question was, what is the problem in the field, critical issues? I kind of 20% inside of this process of these companies that do these models, and 80% outside, and they look on it as innovative cultural project that have a lot of social innovations inside. And for me, challenge is not the 3D thing, because all of this is already exist. Yeah, like in game dev, companies do this, laser exists in architecture field. So technology exists and experts are great, Ukrainians are creative. But the problem is in social implementation of these touchy social innovations, I don't know. And for me, first of all, this is the standard, because again, I will come back to these issues. People who are decision makers don't understand what these super talented people do and why this is social innovation. They doesn't think about this like social innovation. What's the word? You know, they think about budgets, how much cut off or cut for further needs. They don't understand this. So standard is super important. I think this is the core of everything. I advocate for this because I saw a lot of people who are coming doing something in Kharkiv, then another guys are coming again, and so forth. The second one, I think, this is intellectual property issue. Not clear what to do with these models, who mean to belong to, who can use it. Can I use your model for my 3D printer stuff and print merch of Kharkiv for selling in my coffee shop, for example, or not? Or yes, nobody don't understand it. So its take should be also decided. And I think this is educating of key stakeholders in this process of these social innovations, whether it's public officials or museum workers or somebody else. But again, I will come back to standard. Sorry.
Sergey, completely agree with you.
Because impossible to educate somebody if there is no quality standard. You know, like what is good, what is bad, what you will educate for. You know, like I don't understand. Oh, I know education looks like there is some 3D models. They are cool. We can use them for different purposes. But this is also cool, and this cool, and this guy cool, and that cool. And what to do?
Yeah,
you can have 3D print and sell merch, you know. It's not enough. So these 3 points I see.
Thank you. I would like to say final words from my side. From my point of view, I guess we all agree that we need more government support in all of the levels. If we are just fan of cultural heritage and we have our own phone and we can make some photos and make a short small model scanning, and on the higher level when we are NGOs, corporations, and we try to make really good and in quality, really good quality models, materials, I think the support of the government is necessary, because we need to, as was said about standards, we need to find the frame in which all of us can work privately or in collaboration. And the next, for whom we are doing it. Because in wartime, we have a lot of issues just in an environment. For example, we have to get any documents to use drone around the space, around the environment. And next one, who we are, how to state it that we are not the invaders, that we are not the people who work to other government. Yes, that we are Ukrainians and we try to serve Ukraine and save culture heritage as it is. And next, how we like people of Ukraine can use these materials, because for museums, for cultural heritage, it's okay. It's understandable that we have models, we have plenty of digital galleries, we can look through and back. But at the same time, on the ground level, how actually every Ukrainian can use it, how to talk about this. How it was said by Sergei said about commemoration, because the next step we will present our exhibition, and a lot of materials which are showed there actually are the documentation of the war crimes, and how we will talk about this, how to communicate with the society about what we preserve in digital way and why we preserve it. This one of my point of view, and I would like say thank you for everybody who participated in this final panel. I would like to ask you to continue this discussion maybe on next level in other meetings and maybe in close working groups. I don't know, it's just like an idea. And I would like to ask Jana to present our final stage point of this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank
Give me some more space. Thank you for the previous speakers, and I want to say that these three panels were quite hard for us, but I think we managed to discuss crucial points and from various points of view, and I think that we will be able to give a summary, a comprehensive summary to this forum in just a period of 3-4 days. And later, I hope these points will, and all these contacts and partners will be able to cooperate on a more close level. And for the last but not the least presenter today, I want to once again ask Alexandra Kovalchuk, the acting director of Odessa Fine Arts Museum, to join us here with the presentation of museum projects of this year, and also the plans for the next year and digitization of the museum. And with this final presentation, we will wrap up the forum and continue to the offline guided tour to the exhibition. So if possible.
Yes, I'm ready. Okay, I will try to speak louder. So hello again, I'm an acting director of the Odessa Fine Arts Museum located in Odessa, obviously. After February 24, and actually before that, we've been working into digitalizing our collection, which was an obvious target and goal for any Ukrainian museum just by living in 21st century. So after February 24, it became essential, and also the access to the collection became very important. So we've started with the, by the way, with the support of UNESCO. We've started the process, and right now we have an online platform realized by DigiLab. And about 1,100 works of art from our collection are available for anyone, actually. And some information about provenance, about basic information is also available. So the next project we're working right now is under the support of House of Europe and Goethe Institute. We're working on a platform with the archival materials from our archives. And in this project, we are trying to find whatever would be more interesting for researchers, not as much as for general public, but for researchers, especially interesting part of materials that we're going to make accessible would be plans of the museum, plans of exhibition from 50s, 40s, 60s, 70s. And it is an important topic in the process of decolonizational practices that we should go through in nearest future. And the logics of expositions of museums, and here spoiler, most of Ukrainian museums are still had Soviet exposition in their exhibition halls on February 24th. And after we are allowed to restore our expositions, it definitely may not be the same exposition, because Soviet exposition had very basic and certain message that were sent. And those messages are not in favor of Ukraine or national assertion of nations of Soviet Union, etc., etc. And it's very pro-Russian. So it will be interesting to analyze how these expositions were built in the Odessa Fine Arts Museum. The next project that we are going to start working on really soon, like from January, I believe will also happen under the support of UNESCO. We're going to join Google Arts and Culture and provide about 100 works from our museum collection in a really, really high resolution. And I hope that everything will work out. However, it is kind of hard to do this work during the war. We have many challenges when our works of art are stored in a very complicated way, and not always it is easy to reach the certain work of art just physically because of the space where it's stored. Another project that I'm kindly announcing today, it will be announced about next week or a little bit later. It's the NFT collection for the museum friends, kind of a club of museum friends, what we call. And basically an NFT card will allow you to visit the museum to see current expositions if you are physically able to reach Odessa. But also it will allow special possibilities for people for next year to visit our museum in Metaverse and to visit exhibitions that will be in digital way. And this is the preview of our museum that currently this work is in progress, and it is in a partnership with Pixelated Realities and with Art Whale platform. So these are basic things that the Odessa Fine Arts Museum is doing right now. As we see that during COVID times, it was the first time we realized how digital is important for museums, for cultural institutions in Ukraine. And during the war, it became just even more obvious. Who knows what will happen next? We should speed up, and I wish that every Ukrainian museum could do the same as soon as possible. I want to thank everybody who spoke today on this wonderful event for all the work that is done. I believe that is extremely important, as who knows what is ahead. Thank you, and let's stay optimistic.
Thank you, Sasha. And I am really excited to say that we start finishing our event today. I am happy that we were able to hear so many experts, so many opinion leaders of this sphere, and we are really glad that the stream was not interrupted by any power shortages. And I think that the most important things which were said today we will be able to present during the post-forum work, and you will be able to see them in short videos and our communication. So you just check the Facebook page and YouTube of Pixelated Realities. And I really invite people who come to Lviv to visit the exhibition, because while this forum was much more of the professional level, of the technical talks, of the where to find people, resources, how to train, how to standardize. If we talk about the exhibition, it is a much more experiential thing, so you can just dive in, understand, reflect, maybe remember some of the important moments of this year. And I hope that somehow it will show to you that we have this strong will to the victory, and I hope that this message will be clear in the exhibition. And I want to thank first of all the organizations which supported Forum Museum of Ukrainian Victory. It's Istituto di Italia di Cultura. It's Italian Embassy in Kyiv. It's FFUN SDG, and of course many thanks and huge gratitude for the European Cultural Foundation who enabled us to collect the exhibits, and we will continue this project with them until January. And I wish you all to live through this struggle, after the victory to come to this new innovative museum and just see it as a history, you know. Thank you, and have a great evening.